चेक चेक चेक
इस पे आ रहा है, स्ट्रीमिंग पे आ रहा है।
चेक 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 1 2।
अब एक चीज और करता हूँ।
चेक 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 चेक
Welcome everyone. We will begin shortly. Thank you. A very good morning, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I am Darshana Singh, Research Analyst at the Council on Energy, Environment and Water, and I'm delighted to be your MC for this policy dialogue towards COP30, Harnessing Article 6 Partnerships for India's Green Transition. On behalf of CEEW and IETA, I extend to you all a very warm welcome to today's convening. As the world moves closer to COP30, Article 6 partnerships is emerging as one of the most critical avenues for international collaboration. Negotiations are underway to advance this instrument to unlock climate finance, enable technology transfer, and accelerate low-carbon growth pathways. Today, we will reflect on how India can leverage these partnerships to advance low-carbon growth, enable industrial transformation, and strengthen our position in global carbon markets. This represents both an opportunity and a responsibility to align cooperative approaches with both our development and decarbonization priorities. With this backdrop, it is my privilege to guide you through today's program, which brings together senior policymakers, industry leaders, and global experts to reflect on how India can shape and benefit from Article 6 partnerships on the road to COP30. To open today's discussion, it is my honor to first invite Mr. Fabio Neme, Senior Executive Vice President at Renew and IETA India Task Force Co-Chair, who joins us virtually to deliver the welcome remarks.
Thank you so much. Good morning, all. Apologies for not being able to be in person today, but I'm very grateful for the opportunity to speak with you this morning. My name is Fabio Neme. I'm the Global Head of Carbon at Renew, and I'm also the co-chair of the IETA's India Task Force. And please allow me first to congratulate CEEW and IETA for the initiative to organize this dialogue today. I think it's fair to say that think tanks and not-for-profits and industry associations are playing a very important role in facilitating the knowledge sharing and some of the interactions between government, private sector, civil society, and other stakeholders as India refines and moves forward with its carbon policies and carbon strategy. I'd like to highlight at this point a few items that I hope provide a backdrop from the many discussions that we have today. The first one is truly that the discussion today is important not only to India and how it participates and engages in Article 6 and how it benefits from it, but it's really important discussion for the international climate community. As we all know, the decisions that we really have a fundamental impact in our ability to mitigate the risk of climate change will be done in Delhi, in Beijing, in Brasilia, and those are be far more critical than those in maybe Washington D.C., Paris, or London. And therefore, discussions like today have this national but also very international importance. And I think for me, and I hope for all of us, give us also a great sense of responsibility when are involved as private sector, as government, as civil society, as stakeholders in trying to help develop carbon markets in India and help India participate in international carbon markets. That should give us a great sense of responsibility to get it right, because India has, of course, a very central role to play in the development of international carbon markets and in making carbon markets part of the real solution for climate change. The second point I want to underscore is there are today over 140 countries, a little over 140 countries, that have, under the Paris Agreement, indicated the desire to use carbon markets to help them in their net zero journey. But the reality is there are really very special conditions in India to allow it to be a really key player in participating and providing credits to this international demand that will emerge for carbon certificates for many countries around the world and many industries. I can say as an investor in carbon projects, and we invest in India and internationally, the elements that India has are very unique. Of course, the scale is an obvious one, the possibility of doing many projects, large projects. I think the second one is really a wealth of expertise that has been developed since the Kyoto Protocol days in carbon, infrastructure and verification, in methodologies, in validation, the whole ecosystem that's required to development of a carbon industry. And that's not common in the vast majority of countries. There's still a huge gap internationally on local capacity, let alone, of course, the opportunity for large-scale projects. So in an environment where we're trying to develop new market instruments, such as vibrant and effective international carbon market, the ability to have this volume of supply at relatively short time with the standards of integrity, environmental integrity and social integrity that are required by the principles of the Paris Agreement really position India in a very, very unique place to be a player in these markets and benefit from Article 6. That brings me to, I think, the third point, which is, of course, this gives India really a unique opportunity to be a major destination of climate finance. As investors, governments look to mobilize capital to help us decarbonize globally, the conditions that exist in India today make it very attractive to receive private and public capital to projects that help decarbonize. And of course, with that scenario, it gives India a unique opportunity to use carbon markets to advance its economic, social, and environmental objectives. And that's also a very unique opportunity that not many countries today are so well positioned to seize as India is. And additionally, and lastly, I think the discussion today is very timely because carbon markets and Article 6 in particular are at an inflection point. It's worth noting that took 10 years for us to get here from the Paris Agreement. But what we start to see now is really some of the elements that were designed to development of Article 6 and international carbon markets really start taking shape. We saw recently the agreement between India and Japan, a very important bilateral relationship in international climate cooperation in general and carbon in particular. We're seeing segments of demand in compliance sectors, such as from aviation, the so-called CORSIA, start to take shape. You see many countries, be it Singapore, be it Sweden, Switzerland, South Korea, start to come to the market to procure credits to meet their targets. You see the rules, of course, of the Article 6 being operationalized and some of the initial methodologies being considered. So all that is really start to gain momentum. And therefore, I think the opportunity for India to contribute and benefit from Article 6 international carbon markets, of course, depends how it chooses to engage in such markets. And the timing is very critical that is done now or the next several months and immediate years, that because this is when the market really is going to take shape and find who would be the true participants and enablers of this market. So for all that, I think make the discussion today very important, as I said in the beginning, to India and to the international climate community. I wish all of us a great set of discussions today. Thank everyone for participating, and I look very much forward to the dialogue today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Neme, for the opening remarks. Focusing on the global stage, I now invite Dr. Axel Michaelova, Senior Founding Partner, Perspectives Climate Group, to present the journey from COP29 to COP30, navigating the future of Article 6. He will join us virtually. At the end of the presentation, we will open the floor for a round of questions. Thank you. Dr. Axel, over to you.
Thank you very much. I'm really happy to join this meeting. I thank CEEW and IETA India for the invitation. I would like to note that my company Perspectives is collaborating with Fabio and his team to make the best use of Article 6. So I will first start to look back a bit, because international carbon markets are not new. They are 30 years old and they've run through what I would call a roller coaster. Then, for those who have not been in the daily business of looking at Article 6, I'll just outline what are the two approaches that can be used under Article 6. I will then look very shortly on the indicators and criteria that make a high integrity and high impact credit for Article 6. I will look into the interaction between voluntary markets and Article 6. I will discuss the latest developments in Article 6.4, which I see as very promising and which will make Article 6.4, the Paris Agreement crediting mechanism, a benchmark for stringency. And then I will conclude with some recommendations for the Indian community, both government and business. So here this shows in a nutshell how international carbon markets have developed over the past 30 years. So we saw a slow start. Then we saw a massive increase under the Kyoto Protocol with the Clean Development Mechanism. And that's where I started my work in India and actually was impressed by the Indian entrepreneurship and India really coming of age and getting into climate change mitigation on a large scale. Unfortunately, this didn't last. The CDM market crashed for various reasons, and not least the lack of quality of many of its credits. Then we went through the doldrums. They were long, and only with the Paris Agreement we saw a resurgence of interest in international carbon markets through the Article 6. But then it took many years to decide on the rules. And actually, even after 2021, when the majority of rules for Article 6 had been decided, the music was not playing in Article 6. It was playing in the voluntary carbon market. But then the voluntary carbon market crashed as the CDM market has crashed because we got scandals, we got lack of integrity, and the voluntary market is still reeling from the impact of this crisis. So we saw another doldrum. And only last year, when in Baku it was possible to decide on Article 6 rules finally, then it really started to take off. And as Fabio has mentioned, we've seen significant signs for further takeoff. We have seen the European Union stating willingness to buy credits from Article 6. And the European Union had been opposing international carbon markets for more than a decade. And now, of course, as Fabio has alluded to, India has made the agreement with Japan on joint crediting mechanism, so clearly said India wants to engage again. So, of course, this may lead to a bright future of the market if we do it right. Now, Article 6, what is it? It has two forms. It has one form, which is called cooperative approaches, which is Article 6.2, and where countries can unilaterally or bilaterally or multilaterally decide to create credits, the so-called ITMOs. And the important thing in comparison to the CDM is that these ITMOs trigger double bookkeeping. The so-called corresponding adjustment. So a country selling ITMOs needs to actually get the mitigation to fulfill its NDC, its national mitigation targets elsewhere. But what is important, there's a lot of freedom how to do these cooperative approaches. And for example, Japan with a joint crediting mechanism has used this freedom to design it as per its interest. And then we have the Article 6.4 mechanism, which is now more and more called Paris Agreement crediting mechanism, which is subject to international rules, and it is somehow the child of the CDM. And we have the common principles, which are very important: environmental integrity. So we need to have additionality of the activities. We have to contribute to ambition increases of the national mitigation targets, and we need transparency and prevention of double counting. Now that, of course, brings me how to achieve this high integrity. And we see after 20 years of action from the early days of the CDM in 2004, 2005, which principles are critical. And I say additionality, additionality, additionality. The CDM has fallen because it could not prove convincingly that the majority of its activities was additional. Same for the voluntary carbon market. So we have now understood that doing so-called investment testing, so testing the commercial viability of the project without carbon credits, is the way forward to test additionality. And that has been also a hard learning of the voluntary programs like VERA. Second key principle, conservativeness. The baselines, now we have gone from a business as usual approach to below business as usual approach. You have the new approach under Article 6.4 to apply the downward adjustment that increases over time, and that any default parameter needs to be conservative. And the Cook-Stokes community, for example, has learned it the hard way what happens if the default parameters are not conservative. We also understand that sustainable development benefits are critical, because otherwise we don't get the buy-in of the NGOs. What is also important, there is now a lot of push to have removal credits only, and emission reduction credits would be bad and removals credit would be good. That is not the issue. It doesn't matter. The quality of the credit matters, and we have currently a lot of negotiations, and IETA colleagues will maybe mention it later, about how to interpret permanence in the context, for example, Article 6.4. And I've been part of an initiative which is called Oxford Principles for Responsible Engagement, Article 6. We tried to list key principles not only for credit quality, but also for governance, and hope that this may help to guide the market. Now the next element, how does the voluntary market engage with Article 6? And there is a lot of myths in the discussion about this. What needs to be understood is under Article 6.2, in principle, any voluntary credit can be transformed into an ITMO. And it's the government's prerogative to decide how to do it. And of course, so now the responsibility for the government is huge, because of course there are many players who want to transform bad quality voluntary credits into high quality and high price ITMOs. So the government needs to be very wary what to accept. The topic of today is, how are we seeing Article 6 on the way towards COP30? And an important aspect of this are the Article 6.4 rules. They have developed massively in the last 12 months. We've seen adoption of a set of standards on methodologies, on baselines, on removals, on and on leakage, so on key regulatory approaches. And the miracle is that these approaches are stringent. Despite the supervisory body consisting of members from many countries with many different positions in international climate negotiations, it has been possible to get an agreement that Article 6.4 needs to be stringent and a beacon and a benchmark. And this is good, but of course it is tested. Currently, there is a big fight about interpreting permanence in the context of Article 6.4. And actually this week, the supervisory body is mulling about this. So one needs to continuously fight for high quality. Now to conclude, what are the Indian opportunities and challenges for Article 6? So the global goal should be, and I hope that the Indian government and Indian players in Article 6 underwrite this goal, to prevent that Article 6 markets crash like the CDM and the voluntary market, because there will not be any fourth opportunity for the market to be rebuilt from scratch. Then we see, of course, with the joint crediting mechanism deal between India and Japan, that India is open for business. This is excellent. We've been waiting for this for more than 10 years, and I'm really congratulating the government of India to have made this decision. We have a very good starting point for Article 6.2 work in India, because the Indian eligibility list for activity type is very stringent. It is much better than the lists that we see from other countries. And we saw a very important development that shows the approach of quality, because we saw that cook stoves were brought in at some point in time, but they have now again been removed. And we know that cook stove projects have been very much criticized for quality problems. And therefore, I think it's a good sign that India is serious about high quality. One important thing for players in the market and also the Indian government, I would see that Article 6.4 will now be the quality benchmark. And that, of course, means that Article 6.2 collaboration should orient itself versus Article 6.4. I know that Japan with JCM has been looking into high quality, and I'm convinced that the Japanese-Indian collaboration will go into this direction. Also, in the negotiations, government of India should encourage the international community to decide that the remaining clean development mechanism funds in the UNFC Secretariat are allocated to the Article 6.4 management, because otherwise we have a problem that the regulators cannot really enforce the good regulation. And of course, as has been mentioned by Fabio, India has a huge ecosystem of carbon market players. So India could even export Article 6 related services to other countries. So my final point, I've seen the power of Indian entrepreneurship in the CDM. So I hope it will be harnessed again under the Article 6, and I hope I will be part of it. Thank you very much.
Of corresponding adjustments, right? So my question is there a risk of host parties reversing this authorization or withdrawing authorization after giving it? And if this risk exists, what can be done to mitigate this risk?
Yes, there is a possibility to retract authorization. This was a topic which was negotiated in very difficult manner in Baku last year. But there needs to be clear criteria for the revocation of authorization. So each government needs to specify, for example, is there a legal case that the project developer has been, for example, sentenced for fraud in the context of the project. So I would hope that government of India is able to define the conditions for any revocation of authorization in a good manner. Thank you.
Dr. Axel, I would like to know your opinion on inclusion of nature-based solutions in Article 6. I know this is a prerogative of Government of India, but there is a lot of consternation from people who have been part of CDM and whose projects would come to a standstill if they are not part of Article 6.4. Any suggestions or comments from your side on that?
Yes, thank you very much. This topic is highly relevant and current. So I would say the critical aspect is how can the nature-based solution developers ensure that they have a good solution to monitor in the long term, to ensure also that the reversals are really limited to the bare minimum. I hope that there will be a pragmatic decision by the supervisory body that gives enough room for nature-based solutions while keeping the quality, because we cannot afford that the, let's say, badly managed nature-based solutions jeopardize the credibility of the market. Thank you. Colleagues, I will have to drop out now because I have to board a plane, but I wish you a good success in the continuation of your today's meeting. Thank you very much.
Rich insights into the evolving international landscape. I would now like to invite Dr. Vaibhav Chaturvedi, Senior Fellow, CEEW, who leads the Council's work on long-term modeling and carbon markets, to share his insights.
Great. Thank you, Darshana, and very good morning to all the colleagues. Thank you for joining us today. And thanks to Fabio as well as Axel for joining from the airport. I know it was very crunch time for him, so thank you for taking out time for our event. So I've been talking about, in terms of the different perspectives on carbon markets, there are two things that have been really dominant in the discourse. And I've been talking about this on many stages in the past also. So the two perspectives are, first is carbon markets as an instrument for international climate finance. Now that is a perspective you could say has been dominant in India just because we had so much of CDM experience, right? So carbon markets as an instrument for international climate finance. The second perspective has been carbon market as an instrument for decarbonization, domestic decarbonization. So especially the CCTS market that the government of India has created, which is a compliance market, the objective is decarbonization. It's not really international climate finance. So these are two complementary perspectives in terms of how carbon markets are viewed, and especially within India, both of these perspectives kind of exist. Till now, it has been mostly about international climate finance, but of late we have also seen with CCTS that it is being used increasingly for domestic decarbonization, right? Now, in terms of, and that's why carbon markets have been a very important part of the decarbonization debate globally and since very long. I want to highlight here the importance of IPCC pathways also. It was very interesting because a lot of IPCC scenarios that you see in the reports that come out, and you see different kinds of scenarios for different countries, implicitly, there is always this element of international financial transfers. And I'm saying implicitly, right? So because they have never, all the papers that have been published, they've never made it explicit, right? But so when you look at these results coming from all these international IPCC kind of assessment exercises, where you see like India's emissions are peaking in 2030. Now, as researchers on this issue, we know it is extremely challenging for India, for any high growth economy, to actually end up peaking its emissions in a very short time frame. But what all these exercises implicitly do assume that there will be a lot of financial transfers. So there is this implicit kind of big assumption made in all of these exercises, right? They have never made it explicit, which we don't really like. I think these things have to be made a lot more explicit. And why these need to be made explicit is also very important. It's because the whole notion of equity is paramount for the discourse in the developing economies. So when you have deep decarbonization, and when it is supported by international financial transfers, then you have made the international mitigation effort a lot more equitable. Right? So it was always there implicitly, but unfortunately these things have never been made explicit in all of these scientific exercises, and which I think a lot of new research that is coming. And in the next IPCC cycle also, there is a clear effort to make this linkage a lot more explicit. The link between international financial transfers, the link between domestic decarbonization pathways and equity. So that we do expect this link to become more explicit now. And in terms of when we say operationalization of this particular link, it is Article 6. So it's only, the expectation is practically, mainly it's international financial transfers happening through Article 6 route. That will make this link kind of a lot more explicit, that the whole debate also becomes equitable in some way. But so the point I'm making is that Article 6 has a potential for enhancing equity in the climate discourse. It has that potential, but it is only a potential. And why do I say it? Because just because there are international transfers happening through Article 6, and which has also happened passed through CDM, now we also have this whole clause of corresponding adjustment. So if you give away the credit, then then it is not really, you're not really enhancing equity. Equity is only if there is a financial transfer, but credits are not transferred. So then it makes it the whole system a lot more equitable from the international mitigation perspective. But if there is also transfer of credit happening, then probably it's not really equitable. So as I said, there is a potential for Article 6 to make the debate a lot more equitable. But whether the potential is harnessed or implemented actually, it depends on a lot of other nuances and discussions that are happening in Article 6 discourse. The another point I want to make is the link between international carbon markets and the development discourse. So that is also very important. And I would like to give a specific example. I would argue that India's wind industry development, is to a great extent on the back of CDM. So in fact, through CDM, more than 200 wind projects were supported, and more than 4 gigawatt of installed capacity of wind energy in India was supported through CDM. Now, the moment we start talking about gigawatt scale, it's a massive number, it's a pretty big number. And when this happens, when you are able to install 4 gigawatt of installed capacity of a particular technology, essentially means you have started getting a lot of economies of scale in the processes. You have started learning a lot of implementation related challenges. And through that, you are able to kickstart a particular industry, right? So, and that creates job, that creates domestic manufacturing, which is also a very important part of any developing economies' priorities within the climate discourse. So it's not just about climate; it's also about development. So traditionally, we have looked at Article 6 mainly through the international climate finance lens, but I would say that there is a great potential in terms of the framing itself to add the equity perspective as well as the development perspective, which till now have by and large been missing from this discourse. Of course, the other final thing I want to say, already Axel has talked a lot about it, and I think a lot of us are talking about it, is the integrity perspective. So I'm not going to repeat everything what Axel has already said, but that perspective is clearly very important. Credits have to be, high integrity credits. It goes without saying now. We have learned enough in the last 5 years or so about this particular part of the debate. So just to conclude my points, I think equity and the link with development and the link of international financial transfers through Article 6 to these discourses is going to be very important, and I think we are going to learn more and more about it. So thank you for joining us today. Again, we have an excellent set of speakers today, both from Indian government officials. Mr. Diddi is here. Private sector experts are here. We have Mr. Rashmi also here, who has been formerly a negotiator with India, so he has got great insights on what happened during the CDM years. So we have got a lot of expertise in the room, as well as international partners, especially from Japan. India-Japan has recently had this JCM agreement, and a lot of learnings would come out for India from that process. So I welcome all of you, and again, thank you to IETA for this partnership. IETA has been a great collaborator with CEEW on this carbon markets discourse. So with this, I will end and would look forward to all the learnings and discussion that will happen today. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Chaturvedi, for providing us with a strong foundation as we move forward in today's discourse. With that, we now move to the most recent development under Article 6 for India, the launch of the India-Japan Joint Crediting Mechanism. To share the insights and elaborate on the future of these efforts, we will now hear from Mr. Ino Satoru, Director, Ministry of Environment, Japan. He will join us virtually. At the end of the presentation, we will open the floor for a couple of questions. Over to you, Mr. Satoru.
Hi, good morning. Satorino speaking from Japan, Tokyo. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear us? Okay, thanks. So, well, thank you very much for having me. So my name is Satorino from Ministry of the Environment. Yes. So I'm currently working for the office of the JCM, particularly for the relationship with India. So today I'm going to talk about first, let us celebrate the signing of the JCM MOC, and we have properly convened first JCM Joint Committee, and I'm going to talk about overview of the JCM. And thirdly, explaining about the criteria and process, basically how it works, what it works for, things. So first, we signed MOC in August. And if you look at the photo on the left, you see the Secretary Kumar of MOFCC and his team, and Ambassador Ono from Japanese embassy in Delhi. And if you look at the right photo, um, you see Prime Minister Modi and Prime Minister Ishiba witnessing the exchange of MOC between Ambassador Civil George and Minister Asao from OJ. So basically, in August, we celebrated signing of MOC and we started our collaboration. And in September, 2 weeks ago, in MOFCC, we convened the first meeting of the joint committee for the Japan-India Joint Crediting Mechanism. I'm going to explain what we have discussed in detail, but just briefly. By the way, the members of joint committee from India side, the Joint Secretary of MOFCC, Director of MNRE, and Joint Secretary of Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas, and the Director General of BEE. So 4 from India, and from Japan side, Moje, METI, MOFA, and JCMA. So we discussed rule of implementation. I'm going to explain the detail, the content of the draft ROI, and also we decided to start information sharing between private sector and the government using project information sheet. I'm going to explain the content later on. So what the JCM is, maybe you can connect this explanation with the previous speakers, Article 6, how it works, what the essence, what the concept, what it stands for. But while reflecting on the previous speaker's presentation, please allow me to elaborate a little bit more detail on specifically JCM. So again, JCM is a carbon market too, where Japanese companies and governments cooperate with mitigation activities in partner countries. Actually, it's actually wrong. It says 30, but it's now 31, including India. And among the total mitigation outcomes, so the results, so we get mitigation outcomes. You see a gray arrow on the left bottom. Among them, we conservatively calculate and authorize and share JCM credits. That's orange highlighted on the chart. And we share the credits, allocate, and the credits acquired by Japan can be used as offset for NDC of Japan as an entire country, or offset as a corporate emission in GXCTS. It's a Japanese domestic carbon market. And it's again same for India. So credits acquired by India can be used toward NDC, and also can be used in India's carbon market. That's how it works. And to be simple, JCM incentivizes Japan's investment in decarbonization projects. And how it incentivizes, the next page, JCM incentivizes Japan's investment. How? Because it brings, as discussed already, it brings additional revenue in addition to the sales of output, like hydrogen, renewable energy, whatever. In addition to sales, JCM credits can support as an additional revenue. So it's a huge support for accommodating the capex, huge capex, more relatively higher capex than usual projects, or can be used for procurement cost in supply chain in local market as well. But anyway, so it's improve profitability of the project. That's how it works. Well, again, so for the use of JCM credits, again, as I said, that can be used for the achievement of companies' compliance targets in Japan. under green transformation emission trading schemes that will start in 2026. And as a nation, as a country, as a whole country, Japanese government declares that we aim to achieve a cumulative mitigation outcome in total as much as 100 million tons by 2030 and 200 million by 2040. And this is not a credit. This is again a total emission mitigation outcome, and also this is a cumulative until 2030 or 40. So it's not a same figure as the annual credit expectation, but anyways, that's a huge potential, and this shows our strong commitment to promote JCM, to utilize JCM, to facilitate Japanese investment in India and also other partner countries as well. So yes, so this global map shows India has 30 partner countries as well. Although not like you are partnering with these countries under Article 6, what I mean is you can learn from them. So all the project experience, financing experience can be shared among you. So we organize monthly global partner countries meeting. So you can join from Indian government. So well, it's a mutual learning space. And if you look at previous experiences, this is a pie chart showing the what sectors we are doing. And previously, half renewable, half effective use of energy or energy efficiency, some others. And some of previous experience projects are eligible with respect to eligible criteria under Indian's government. So you can learn from them. So, well, renewable energy efficiency, waste energy, transport, and things. Okay, so from now, I'm going to explain about how it works, particularly for India. So, under the draft ROI, we demonstrated the way of the process of JCM. So first, we start with project idea note, describing the overview of the project proposal, and at the same time, we encourage the project participants to develop methodology if there is no eligible methodology yet, applicable one. And next step is a project registration using project design document and to be validated by third party entity. And after that, project starts implementation, and then monitoring, reporting, verification follows, and then finally, based on the results of the verification MRV, we issue credits. And actually, we are now finalizing the rule of implementation, including the format of project idea note. So while finalizing these documentations, we started information sharing between project participants using project information sheet. It's basically 99% same as the draft project idea note. So we can switch the project idea note once we finish and publish. So there's a QR code, and you can download the format of project information sheet. And if you have any idea, you can make an input and submit to us, and we can start substantial discussion. So basically, the eligibility criteria, if we apply or not, is based on this eligibility activities list. So there are 13 eligible activities already defined by MOCC. So you look at this, and not all the mitigation activities are included, but quite wide range of the slightly difficult technologies or business models are incorporated into this list. So we start with renewable with stretch, solar, thermal, offshore, hydrogen, CBG, fuel cell, SAF, BAT, ocean, HVAC, ammonia, CCUS. Basically, that's all. I mean, some of them, for example, high-end technology 7, BAT in hard-to-abate 9, they are quite general. So it can be different from sector to sector or technology to technology. So if you have any idea that you think can be eligible under this list, please come along with this idea, and reach out to us. And also, not just the technology stuff, we need a reason and rationale. So we think it is important for the project participants to demonstrate why it's necessary, why JCM is necessary. So there are two distinctive elements. One is features and benefits. So what's the advantage? What's the superior quality? What's the efficiency? So sort of what's good for India. And the other thing is it's a challenge, the necessity of
Mrs.
incentive or credit. Yeah,
Conclude in another 2 to 3 minutes.
yeah, I'm finishing. So and this is an overview of calculation and sharing. JCM credits are difference between project emissions and reference emissions, but between BAU and reference, you can acquire uh, the mitigation outcome that is not going to be issued as JCM credits. And sharing of JCM credits are basically in general in proportion to respective contributions from both sides. And precisely, we take into consideration extent of each side's respective contributions, including financial contributions, as well as the extent in which the expected carbon credit revenue could lead to improvement in the economics of the project. So basically, the macro scale of contribution and micro scale of cash flow, both are incorporated. Last but not least importantly, well, again, for India, we are the first Article 6 partner, and for Japan, India is the 31st partner. This is a cooperative approach between India and Japan, but also government and private, business and investment, eventually among all of us. So, very happy to be here and looking forward to further elaboration. Thank you very much.
This has been very comprehensive on JCM. Could we take a couple of questions from the floor? Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much for your presentation. My name is Siddharth. My question is, will agriculture be added to this list of projects possibly in the coming time? Because particularly the natural farming version that India is trying to spread around India originally comes from Japan in some sense, right? And of course, the mitigation potential is extremely high, as well as when we talk about high integrity and high impact carbon, agriculture projects, particularly from natural farming, can have immense impact. So I just want to hear your thoughts on that. Thank you.
Well, thank you for the question. Actually, well, I'm not responsible for, Japan side is not primarily responsible for this list, but I just briefly, on behalf of, not on behalf, I mean, well, on behalf of the Indian government, just briefly, the list is formulated based on the careful consideration in Indian government, and I assume they appreciate the huge potential of agriculture sector, but at the same time they take into consideration all the things, and I recognize at this moment, means government of India has reached a conclusion that um, they focus on these, well, sort of high level technologies uh, to apply uh, eh, to apply for international support. That's my understanding, and I do appreciate your commitment, and we'll see how it goes.
That will be it. Okay.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Sazuro, for your time today. I think it was very interesting for us to note that Japan has already partnered with 36 countries, in this endeavor. So are there any, do you see some kind of very big differences between various countries' approaches towards this, this sort of partnership? Are there any learnings from this very rich experience that Japan has of cooperating with so many different countries under this kind of arrangement? Yes.
So just briefly, well, of course, there are difference and there are commonality as well. So, as the previous speakers highlighted many times, the principle the principle is common. Well, conservative way of calculation, um, contribution to sustainable development or NDC and things. But it means at the same time, of course, sustainable development, NDC, all things are different according to context of each country. So my understanding is that the most important is to look at what you want for development or NDC climate strategy. Of course, energy supply, demand, industry, all different. So very typical example is, for example, as from the about agriculture that we have already just talked about. So for agriculture in other countries like Vietnam, Philippines, Indonesia, Thailand, agriculture is not is one of the centers of their Article 6 approach. But India is not. But in other way around, India is very passionate about energy transition, and they focus on hard-to-abate and things. That's but that's not about actually that's not coming from approach of JCM itself. It's coming from internal need or desire of host country. So it's up to you. But at the same time, as you said, it's what we can learn from each other is once you define the strategy, you can learn the practical approach to realize your strategy. That's what we can learn together. Hope it makes sense to you.
Saturo, for emphasizing that the principles are common, but still every host country is different, and it's probably each country decides what is important for its own, development needs. So thank you for highlighting that. We'll continue to have this conversation with you. Now, I would love to invite Mr. Saurabh Diddi for his keynote address. Mr. Diddi has been spearheading the India's carbon market efforts. As all of us know, he needs no introduction. And it's a privilege to host him for the conversation today, but we have also been engaging with him for quite some time and getting his guidance on a lot of work that we do. Mr. Diddi, the floor is yours. We look forward to your address. Thank you.
Thank you, Weber. Mr. Rashmi, Dr. Arun Abhaghosh, Mr. Inosan, Axel, and ladies and gentlemen, first of all, very good morning to all of you. I heard a lot of questions around why agriculture is not being included, how these will be connected with Indian carbon market, and lots of open-ended questions are there. So instead of giving a keynote address, I'll take you from the journey that how these things actually evolved over the time. First of all, Indian carbon market, we had a lot of discussions that it evolved from the Energy Conservation Act, which was passed in 2022. And from June 23, we actually had a notification on Indian carbon market. But when we talk about Indian carbon market or CCTS, that is Carbon Credit Trading Scheme, both are synonyms to each other, we had two programs. One was on the compliance, and second was on the offset mechanism. And compliance mechanism is actually evolved from the Perform, Achieve, and Trade scheme that was we had in 2012. We initiated that scheme, which was on the energy saving certificates, where we gave targets in terms of energy intensity. And then that is converted into Carbon Credit Trading Scheme compliance mechanism, which is based on the emission intensity. So energy intensity is converted into emission intensity. And this compliance mechanism is purely, I will say, domestic market, which will not have any linkage with Article 6, whether it is Article 6.2 or 6.4. Then second mechanism, and that's why I'm not going in detailing of compliance mechanism. Then we had a offset mechanism, which was actually notified in December 23, and subsequently we had procedures. Now 9 methodologies have been published, and actually around 29 or 26 developers have already submitted their applications for registration, not PDD, but application for the registration in the program. And this mechanism, that offset mechanism, has a linkage with the Article 6.2. Now, how that linkage is established? If you look at offset mechanism, we have 10 sectors, and these 10 sectors are equivalent to, I'll say, 16 or 17 sectors of UNFCCC. We clubbed various sectors in one. For example, chemical industries and other industries are clubbed together as industry. So we tried to organize that so that we will have a little bit of, we can reduce that confusion, which is already there. Then, but if you look at those 10 sectors, we have agriculture as well, we have forestry as well, and we are not calling it as NBS, nature-based solutions. We are calling it as eco-based solutions. That kind of name, although we will publish that definition for public comments as well, that how this will approach, that eco-based approach will be called as. But we would like to have your opinion that how it has to be, I'll say, defined. Now, although this has agriculture, forestry, which is in a way nature-based solution, but if you look at these Article 6.2 list, there is no such mention that agriculture or forestry. And reason is that we would like to have first our own. Then when we defined this Article 6.2 list, we looked at what is the amount of money is required or technology is required. So if we will sell all those credits which are very, I'll say, low-hanging fruits, which doesn't need that much of financing, then probably what will happen that we will lose on our NDC efforts. That we may not achieve our NDC because then most of those will go to the outside world. And as Vaibhav also said in his opening remarks, that it is not equitable. And if it is not equitable, why should we give those credits which are not making economic sense or which is not bringing technology to our country? And if you will see all those lists, although I'll not say 100% accurately, but mostly of all those 13 are like this. only exception was cook stove, which was added and then which was removed as well. So at one point in time, we had 13, then we added cook stoves, and then we removed again, and now back to list of 13 activities. So that's why we have not included such projects. But in future, if there is some technology and if we will take a call that we would like to have, this list can be updated. This list can be upgraded, or I'll say even we can remove certain technologies or activities from this list as well. Now, this is how we came to this, that why agriculture is not there or forestry is not there. But how carbon market, or I'll say domestic carbon market, will have a linkage with this, Article 6.2. So in this year itself, or maybe before this year, means maybe November itself, we will have Indian Carbon Market Portal. And in that Indian Carbon Market Portal, there will be an option that you can select your project, whether you want to submit for domestic trade. Now that domestic trade, you can sell internationally, but without corresponding adjustment. Or you can register under Article 6.2, and right now we have only one partner, Japan, but maybe in future we'll have more partners. So you can select a country as well, that whether you want to select Japan, with trade with Japan, or trade with, say, some other country. And accordingly, whatever approved approved methodologies will be there, that will be eligible. You can see from that drop-down window that you can select under which methodology you want to register your project, and accordingly you can submit. So there will be difference of protocol. For example, if we will register as a domestic carbon market, it will go to National Steering Committee, and there will be internal that it will be analyzed with respect to the methodologies which is domestically available. But in case, if it will go, say, to Japan, then we have a JCM committee, which was shown by Satoru-san as well, that JCM committee will check whether this project is eligible. So one major difference is that, for example, in carbon market, domestic carbon market, we actually removed PIN requirement, project identification note requirement. Whereas in case of Article 6.2, we need that PIN document as well. In domestic carbon market, we directly switch to PDD, that you can submit PDD and which will be available for public comments directly. So we tried to reduce the timeline in domestic carbon market. But here you have to submit. Then at the PIN stage itself, we will say that whether this project is eligible or not. We are not saying that it will get certificates. Whether that kind of project is eligible or not. Then once it will get eligibility, you can submit your PDD. Then again it will go to JCM and it will decide how much credits it will go. These credits will go to Japan registry and how much it will come to our Indian registry. So accordingly, everything will be calculated, and once it is finalized, you will get certificates. There was a question that whether these certificates, there will be revocation of certificates. Somebody asked here. Practically, I'll say yes, that is possible. But provided that if you are doing everything in right way, that you have submitted your right documents, there is no as such that those certificates are misused, or your project has not delivered to what it was supposed to be. In those scenarios, then only it will be revocated. So practically what we are saying that it should not be revocated. But in case of extreme circumstances, yes, there is a provision. So this is how Indian carbon market will have a linkage. This JCM signing was the first step under Article 6.2. There are two more steps which has to happen until unless then only you can register your projects. For example, first is that MOU signing, which already happened. Now we are in the process of development of rules of implementation, that it will give us overall guidance that how these things will happen. For example, who will verify these projects? So what we are saying that ACVA or agencies of Japan can verify these projects. We are not saying only Indian agencies, but Japanese agency can also verify. So these kind of nitty-gritty are there in the rule of implementation. Then another document will come, like a procedure document. If you remember that offset mechanism, there is a detailed procedure document for offset mechanism. Similarly, here also there will be a procedure document. This application you have to submit. This is the way you have to submit. So all the details of ROI will come in the detailed procedure or the procedure document of the mechanism. So with that, you can submit your projects. So all those things, then we are also in the process of development of FRS, which is like a functional requirement for the IT portal. Because we know what is the functional requirement for Indian carbon market, but how it has to be integrated with the JCM. And similarly, it will be integrated with other countries as well. So how that will happen? Various things are open-ended, whether these certificates will be registered, these certificates directly will be issued with Japan registry, or it will be issued in Indian registry, and then it will be transferred to the Japanese registry. How to track those Japanese credits as well. When we have issued in the Japanese registry, we have to track, because otherwise it can be, they may resell to other countries as well. So whether that is allowed or not, it will be there in the either MOU or JCM, and it could be different for different countries as well. So all those things, how to track that till the time of usage, we have to do that. So all those things, and that too through IT portals. So those things are right now in the process of development. So these things we are working on. We are in the discussions with Japanese government. We are in the discussions with internally as well, and working on that how to develop this. Now, at the last, yes, we have significant potential. Again, coming to the question of equitability, I'll not say purely it is equitable, but few things, if say we don't have technology, or if significant funding is required, then probably it will help in bringing few projects and then replicable those projects in India on our own. And that way we can reduce our emissions. Second, it is actually reducing emissions in our country, so our climate is improving. That is also one of the things. If you might have noticed in Satoru-san's presentation, there is a reference emission. Instead of baseline emission, there was a reference emission. And that reference emission is actually, although we have to find a way to calculate that, but that reference emission will actually be in sync with our NDC. So BAU minus reference emission is actually supporting our NDC goals as well. So it is not actually we are giving everything to them. Partly we are giving. Now that part, whether it is 10% or 90%, that has to be decided, and that will come under ROI, that how that will be calculated. So all those things we are working on. So that's all from my side. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Didi. I think we'll wait for a couple of questions if they are from the audience. And thank you for emphasizing that the JCM process just started and there are rules of implementation that are being deliberated right now, because those are extremely important for the process to be implemented. Any questions from the floor? I see one hand. Any other hand? Yeah, please feel free to ask questions. Yes. Please go ahead. Yeah.
Thank you, Saurabh, sir. You really broke it down. It was really useful. My question is, so the domestic offset mechanism is being administered by the Bureau of Energy Efficiency. But there's also a green credit program being administered by the Ministry of Environment, Forest, Climate Change. So do you see these two different mechanisms coexisting or competing? And what sort of purposes do they distinctly serve?
They are not competing, number one. If you will look at green credit, that is not based on tons of CO2 or emissions, whereas carbon credit is based on emissions. So practically, you can get for same, say, tree plantation project, you can get green credit and you can get carbon credit. And if you read that notification, it is very clearly mentioned that green credit, you can get carbon credit as well. It is already mentioned there, provided that carbon credit may ask for additionality. Because if you are getting some funding, some money or financing from green credit and making it as non-additional, say if it is financial additionality is there, then probably you cannot register here. So that kind of linkage we have to see. Otherwise, there is no as such double thing. It is not double accounting. It is not competing with each other.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Ditti, for clarifying that it's only the non-carbon attribute that will be valued in the green credit. Great. Thank you for this clarification. Any other questions from the audience?
Great.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, Arnab, you have one question. Please go ahead.
Oh.
Thank you, Mr. Didi, for giving a very detailed step-by-step approach that you're taking. This came up, the question I have came up in a different convening we were having yesterday as well. It's about the interoperability of what we are designing at home in India with carbon markets elsewhere. So if you could reflect on that a little bit more and the kind of timelines we can expect on that front.
Okay, because everything will be connected with Indian carbon market. So when we are designing that IT portal, it has to be interoperable, because when these two registries can't talk to each other, then it will be a problem. So what we did, we had a discussion with World Bank, and we developed all the things. For example, when we are talking about any single carbon credit, what kind of parameters we need to have. Say that this has a linkage with that how you are actually defining your project proponent. That project proponent, how it is defined elsewhere in the world, has to have a linkage. So that way, we actually checked with every aspect. There are, if I'm not wrong, more than 50 parameters are there for every carbon credit, which we checked, and we had a linkage established with the World Bank reference. And most likely all international registries will do the same thing. So that's why, so that there will be interoperability between registries. So that we looked, right, maybe 6 months back from, we looked into that, and we are working on that. Still, there will be some changes required depending on registry to registry that we will take care of. And I think timeline. So for Indian carbon market portal, only one lag was there, that server we were not having. So right now we got that as well. So most likely in November, we will have an Indian carbon market portal. Registry also, Indian carbon registry also we will have maybe by December. Our timeline, internal timeline for this Article 6.2 approach is also December, that we will integrate in our portal. But there could be some changes required, because ROI is being established, and if something changes in ROI, accordingly we need to make changes in the portal itself. So those things will be incorporated. So most likely that will also be finalized by December. So we will have a established thing by December or maximum by January, so that anybody can register their projects in Article 6.2 as well. So, but for all practical purposes, we have started registration for domestic carbon market. That we have already started. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Diddi. Can I request our CEO, Dr. Arnaba Ghosh, to come on stage to felicitate Mr. Diddi, please?
Thank you, sir, for your inspiring address. We now move to the feature segment of our policy dialogue, the Fireside Chat, where our esteemed leaders will share their reflections on India's strategic positioning under Article 6 as we approach COP30. Please join me in welcoming Shri R.R. Rashmi, Distinguished Fellow, Terry, and Dr. Arunabha Ghosh, CEO, CEEW, and Special Envoy for COP30 representing South Asia. The conversation will be moderated by Ms. Apurba Mitra, partner KPMG, and IETA India Task Force co-chair. Over to you, Ms. Mitra.
Thank you so much, and good morning, everyone. I'd just like to start by extending thanks to CEEW and IETA for having me here. And I feel quite honored and privileged to be sharing the dais today with two brilliant minds on climate change, those who have actually shaped the discourse, not just nationally, but globally on climate. I'd like to start by congratulating Dr. Ghosh on being appointed as a special envoy for COP30, representing the voices of South Asia. I think, sir, this is quite a, testament to the tireless number of years you've put into shaping the global climate discourse, and also championing the issues of equity, of innovation, of ambition from the global South. So we're very glad to have you representing us in COP30 as our voice. We also have with us Mr. Rashmi, who needs no introduction. I think he's better known as sort of chief architect of India's climate strategy, and also has been a veteran negotiator. In fact, some of my early experiences with policymakers, I was privileged to have experiences of having conversations with him, so it brings back a lot of memories. But he's also a foremost expert on Article 6, so I'll pose a lot of the Article 6 questions to him. So thank you both for being here, and I think combinedly, it's a very powerful blend of vision and experience that we have on the dais here. This topic is also quite close to my heart because I started my career with the carbon markets as a consultant in the early CDM days that Vaibhav referred to. I think we, as young consultants, we viewed it primarily from from a transactional lens, right? It's about getting a project registered. It's about getting credits issued and then getting sales enabled and then getting revenue out of it. So it was very transactional the way that we saw it at that moment, project to project, right? And I've seen this market evolve over the years, of course. The decline, the resurgence of the voluntary carbon markets, and now there's a new host of sort of carbon markets, new generation carbon markets that are now coming up. Having said that, I do feel that we used to view it from a transactional lens, but it was only when I moved into climate research, into climate policy, and started working on these energy economy models, I truly realized how powerful carbon markets are as tools of collaboration. When we used to build scenarios and policy packages to understand what would be the most efficient ways to meet our climate targets, we could rarely come up with a scenario where carbon markets is not part of the picture, where we're able to, there's no adverse impact on, say, macroeconomic factors like employment or GDP without having carbon markets as part of the policy mix. That's when we realized how powerful and how not just important, but essential and indispensable carbon markets are to the entire policy mix. Having said that, I do feel there are a number of other benefits. It does encourage country-to-country trust. It does channelize resources to where it's most efficient, where decarbonization is the most efficient, where you're able to get more impact from the same investment. It does encourage ambition and not just compliance in countries. And of course, it does encourage innovation. I think all of this is what we really need to be able to propel ourselves to transform our economies at the pace and scale that science demands in the current and urgent situation that we're in and with the global carbon budget that we have left. Having said that, I think it's also very important to have these conversations to be able to demystify the markets for industry, not just industry, but I think stakeholders at large, because at the moment there's a multitude of markets, right? Vaibhav talked about the CDM and the transition then now to Article 6.4. There's Article 6.2, and I'll talk more with Mr. Rashmi on the joint credit mechanism as well. But there's also the voluntary carbon markets that continues to exist and is undergoing integrity reforms. And I think integrity, we have to be able to view it from a number of different lenses: integrity of the credits, integrity of the markets, then integrity even on the demand side. So we have VCMI and ICVCM and other integrity frameworks that are also finding that kind of uptake. Having said that, I think there's also of course, Mr. Didi talked about the national carbon market that's coming up. So there's a host of mechanisms and carbon markets that are applicable to the same market. So we have to be able to demystify it so for industry and the wider set of stakeholders to be able to participate more effectively, not just as bystanders, but as those who are actually shaping the mechanism to be able to benefit them and for them to be able to partake more efficiently. Having said that, I think the COP itself is also a very big forum, and that's of course where the global rules of the game are decided, and where we must also be very active participants in how we shape that, whether it's COP or activities preceding and succeeding COP. And starting with COP, maybe the first question to you, Dr. Ghosh, is as the special envoy and your position this year, I imagine that you're going to have the front seat of the negotiations. How do you see COP30 panning out? How do you see it in comparison to previous COPs and what the agenda has been so far? And what are your expectations from it?
Thank you, Prabha. And good morning, everyone. First of all, it is a privilege to share a dais with Mr. Rashmi. He is really the leader when it comes to negotiations. All I can do is just watch and learn a little bit. And I don't think I'll have a front seat because I don't have an official role as a negotiator. I'm a listener in this role. And so what I will say is that in listening to the countries in the region with whom I've engaged over the last few months, both government actors as well as non-government actors, I think it is very clear that there is a lot of expectation from the COP from the point of view of beginning to get things done. Not getting things done, but beginning to get things done. Now, one of the challenges we have with climate negotiations is that or the COP process is that we mistakenly reduce it down only to the negotiation process. Any international regime does one or more of 5 things: agenda setting, negotiations, implementation, monitoring, and enforcement. You can think of it anime as an acronym. Negotiations is not the only thing that an international regime does. Where we are entering the sort of implementation phase of the climate regime, at least in the context of the Paris Agreement. The CDM was another form of an implementation phase under the Kyoto Protocol. From that perspective, I think the role of Article 6 will be particularly important because of the 2 things it does, and maybe even 3 that Weber referred to. 1, stimulating action or stimulating the implementation, and 2, enabling easier access to capital in order to do that. The third objective, of course, as Weber said, but it's not given that it could be equitable or not, in line with the issues of climate justice that we have put forward. So I think if I look out to COP30, the way the new NDCs will be presented and evaluated, and therefore any kind of analysis and judgment that might be passed on whether they are realistic or not will be in part linked to whether we see them to be implementable NDCs. And this is something that I've heard from countries in the region as well, that there is a lot of keenness on making the NDCs investable, not just implementable, but investable. And I think we are having some of that discussion here today. The second dimension that will be extremely important in this COP is obviously the Baku to Belen roadmap. That document itself is not a negotiated document, but parties are looking forward to seeing what that roadmap is from 300 billion to 1.3 trillion. In that, I would assume that there would be a component of what kind of international flows would emerge from these processes. So that is another thing to look out for. The third is, what are the incentives that the policy frameworks within countries might offer in order, as I said, to make their NDCs investable. And that's where issues like taxonomies, definitions, and that's why I asked the question about interoperability to Ms. Didi, becomes important. Now, obviously not every country is following the same processes, but I think, again, the detailed nuts and bolts that Mr. Didi outlined in his keynote, I think helps us also to present our way towards this end, and for others to learn from us, and for us to learn from others. In that context, obviously, the fourth is the 6.4 dimension, Axel has also talked about it. But finally, the issue of just and inclusive transitions. This is something, again, I'm hearing a lot from countries in the region, and in my conversations with other special envoys representing other regions. You know, and I said this at COP28, I think, if I recall correctly, that if we simply shift from a fossil fuel economy to a cleaner economy without paying attention to equity and equitable transition, then it is unjust. And that will result in a significant pushback. We're already seeing pushback in advanced economies for real or perceived reasons. For economies that are much different, you know, level of development, if this is not integrated as not as an afterthought, but as central aspect of project design and program design, it will be difficult to scale up this. So I assume that these will be some of the 5 issues that will come up again and again during the negotiations.
Thanks, Dr. Ghosh. I think you touched upon a number of critical issues, but I heard innovation, equity, ambition, equity, and you talked about NDCs. The fact that this is an important COP also because countries will be putting forward new climate pledges. So just a quick follow-up to that. Do you believe that how the rules of Article 6 shape up, or carbon markets more broadly, will have a bearing or an impact on ambition that countries put forward?
Not immediately. That would be my guess, because the thing is, ultimately, what drives ambition? If assuming one is sincere in putting forward what one is saying, right? Then the driver of ambition, it depends on, one, our understanding of best available technologies, our understanding of the capabilities to implement, and our understanding of different forms of capital. When I say our, I mean whoever is putting this forward. So even if you look at India's NDCs, whether it's NDC 1.0 or 2.0, they were built on what India had already started putting in place in terms of the frameworks. Let's say the solar mission or the energy efficiency mission, etc., that began much before we submitted an NDC, because it gave us the confidence of understanding the technology, building up the capacity to absorb the capital, and then tapping into different sources of capital. So I would, and this is, I think, why the Brazilian presidency is also focusing on this as an implementation COP. Get the stuff done, what you've already promised, even as you're offering new ideas. Because the real challenge with the climate regime has been making statements and not, meeting those targets, let alone international transfer of resources. It's not even meeting your domestic targets. As in many advanced economies, last year, CEEW published an accountability framework looking at 42 different parameters, not just mitigation. Mitigation, adaptation, means of implementation, capacity building, technology, etc., for all G20 countries, rich and developing, right? And there is no clear leader. And the richer you get, the weaker is actually the implementation against your own stated targets, which themselves are weaker than what the planet needs. So let's rebuild trust and confidence based on getting stuff done rather than making promises that are insincere.
Understood. And I think interesting insights on ambition versus, the richer you get, the less implementable or less sort of ambitious it becomes. But just, you touched upon India's perspective, and keeping to the same topic on COP30, Mr. Rashmi, do you, from the Indian perspective, what are some of the big opportunities for India on the road to COP30, especially in terms of carbon markets, Article 6 engagement, and then positioning India as a leader in global climate cooperation?
Thank you, Apurva. It's a pleasure to be here. Responding to your question on COP30, I would not like to limit it to carbon markets alone. Of course, they are very important, but let me make a beginning by saying that The question is of, as Dr. Ghosh was pointing out, the ambition and implementation is the real issue here. We all have, I mean, every country has an NDC, which according to their own national circumstances, they consider ambitious. But as Brazilian presidency has been emphasizing that there is, and the GST has emphasized that there is an implementation gap, not only ambition gap in terms of meeting the temperature goal, there is also what countries are failing to implement what they have promised. Why is the ambition not rising and why is implementation not taking place? We need to have some introspection on this. So to my mind, there are two critical factors here. One is the issue of equity, which has been forgotten. I mean, equity is sometimes equated with CBDR, sometimes with national circumstances. It's not really so. Equity is actually about carbon budget. And it has actually fallen off the, I mean, it is actually, nobody remembers it anymore now. But unfortunately, it's very difficult to implement this as a global principle because there is no method of allocation of carbon budget at this moment. So how do we make the best use of the understanding of ambition and the equity that we have? I think we need to come up with, if not allocation of carbon budget, some kind of a framework for distribution of responsibility according to an equitable framework. It's very difficult to do, but I think we need to keep ourselves engaged in this process. Otherwise, ambition will never rise. The responsibility is always understood in the context of current emissions, but responsibility is much larger than that if we have to really move towards 1.5 degree. So a combined responsibility. Long ago, I think about 15, 20 years ago, there was something called GDR, Green Development Framework, Responsibility Framework, which the Germans had come up with. And it was a responsibility capability framework. I think we need to revive those concepts, notions, because of the tensions around the Copenhagen Agreement, everything was forgotten, but I think we need to revive that. So that was the first thing. The second thing is obviously the finance, to which carbon markets are related. Finance is again an important question in the COP30 the development and negotiations, because we have to unlock this $1.3 trillion question. And obviously, the governments alone cannot raise this finance. The private sector has to be involved in this. So how best we can involve the private sector without burdening the recipient countries with additional costs? That is a question. And there the role of carbon markets comes in. Article 6, we should make the best use of it. Unfortunately, what has happened in the last 5 years since implementation of the Paris Agreement is that the successor of CDM was allowed to be become non-functional, and in the process, CORSIA has gained the leverage. CORSIA is a good instrument. I wouldn't certainly not dispute its relevance. I'm a member of TAB myself, but I can certainly say that since the carbon market formally under the UNFCCC has not taken off, CORSIA has taken the lead. And that has become the template. It has become the standard of the carbon credits in the non-NDC uses or in the voluntary carbon market. But so now, since the PSCM, finally we have been able to agree on the rules of Article 6.4, I think it is time that we start creating a framework which allows this, both Article 6.2 and Article 6.4 projects to come up as fast as possible. Now in India itself, I may be on the minority side, but I think our markets need to be a little liberal. We have a list of 13 technologies which are high-end technologies, but these high-end technologies, nobody is interested. I mean, at least the international market is not interested in our technologies. They would sell their technologies to the extent that we can buy. But our own people who are going to generate emission reduction projects, they don't have access to this technology. So we need to support them rather than look at the foreign markets as the source of technology, automatically this will not happen. We need to be liberal. Some people were questioning why are we not allowing forests? Why are we not allowing agriculture? I think we should do that. Because these are the areas where our emission reduction projects can immediately come up. And we should be in a position to sell these credits. But unfortunately, we are hung up on a few things, so we don't understand the large implications of the international carbon market. We need to, my own view is that we need to be liberal about Article 6.2 market. We should allow all kinds of emission reduction technologies which can open up the markets in India, and we should be willing to sell. I know there are certain concerns in at certain government levels that we should not be selling our credits which would impact on our NDC. But our own government data tells us that we are doing very well as far as emission reductions are concerned. We know with this, against the 45% emission intensity reduction, we have already achieved 32% by 2020. And if we look at 2025, I think it should be in the range of 38% by now. So we are well on our way to meet our NDC targets. So what is the concern here? I think we should be liberal. We should make the best use of our emission reduction capabilities and potential, at least in the present NDC cycle till 2030. That would be my view.
Thank you, Mr. Rashmi. It's interesting the point you raised about the fact that our priorities have to align with the priorities of the global market, but also very interesting the point you raised on equity and the fact that it's making its way back into the discourse because, like you said, a decade or 2 decades back, there were several kind of propositions that countries had put up in terms of how the burden sharing mechanism should be designed. And in fact, we studied 30 of these mechanisms to understand what the fair share, according to each of these methodologies, is for different countries. But I think that was somewhere lost in the discourse over the years, and it's making its comeback, not just, like Webb have said in the whole IPCC conversation as well, but in the discourse in the negotiations, but also, in fact, quite interestingly, in these private sector frameworks, like the ISO net zero standard and target setting frameworks as well. So that's very interesting that this is making a comeback. But just coming back to the point on finance that you also raised, Mr. Rashmi, and I'll move to Dr. Ghosh on that, because this is one theme that consistently sort of comes up in the negotiations, and it's essentially the hot topic every year. But in that context, do you see carbon markets as a relevant and strategic tool for unlocking climate finance and accelerating the transition? And what does this really mean for India and its neighbors in South Asia?
The short answer is yes. I mean, that is why we are gathered here today. But the longer answer is a little bit more complex, where it would be a mistake to assume any one source of finance is the sort of panacea. The volumes of capital we are talking about are huge. They're in the trillions. At the same time, the trillions issue has two problems. One, it seems too big. Even when I talk to the largest institutional investors, they say, we don't think in trillions. You're thinking about programs, you're thinking about projects, you're thinking about portfolios. Their entire assets under management might be in trillions, but that's not how an investment committee makes a decision. So only putting out the maximalist numbers makes it a little problematic for countries and project developers and policymakers, etc., to actually boil it down to what is it that we are trying to achieve. The second problem with trillions is that it overstates the challenge as well. Because even if you're talking about $2, $3, $4 trillion, it's only 2, 3, 4% of global GDP. What we are talking about here is not an energy transition. We're talking about an economic transformation. If you're talking about economic transformation, 2, 3 percentage points is not the biggest issue. It is how we are reimagining our economies. Now, if you accept that, then the real issue here is, from the point of view, as I used the phrase earlier, investable NDCs, investable portfolios, a pipeline of projects, whatever you want to call it. Does Article 6 enable that? And I would say, yes, it not just enables, it triggers markets that either are not at scale or haven't kicked off sufficiently enough at all. And because of the entire architecture that is put around it, it's not just the trading of credit, it's all their architecture, all those building blocks from the committees evaluating, the MRV, et cetera, all of that. Over and above that, the evidence from the academic literature also shows that this could be a cost-effective mechanism of the carbon market mechanisms could reduce the cost of achieving the NDCs by, the ranges go from 40 to 60%. So that is significant. And I think the last important part here is, as I said, if we are in that anime kind of spectrum, if this is triggering the implementation, it is also helping with the monitoring. The enforcement bit is interesting. The climate regime does not have as robust an enforcement regime or enforcement mechanisms as the other international regimes do. Let's just compare it with trade. Right? The trade regime has an enforcement mechanism which is in the form of a dispute settlement. Of course, the trade regime itself has its own challenges right now. So, what will be enforcement within, say, an Article 6 framework? If the monitored projects are not seen to be credible, the market will enforce it, i.e. by not allowing for those credits to be traded. So I think, I have not heard this today in the discourse, but I think it's important, not again to say there's a panacea, but it's important to say this market mechanism begins to serve as the quasi, or could begin to serve as the quasi-enforced, more robust enforcement mechanism that a more judicial or legal route has not been available in the climate regime context.
No, that's very interesting, talking about it from the perspective of enforcement and how the Article 6 markets could contribute towards that. But talking about architecture, talking about finance, Mr. Rashmi, with the recent developments around the JCM and the India-Japan bilateral mechanism, what kind of momentum do you see this bringing to carbon markets, and what kind of potential do you think it holds for accelerating climate finance and green transitions in India?
Thank you. JCM is a very good beginning. India is 31st country, but for us, it's a major opening. We have been looking at this partnership with Japan for the last 10 years, I must say, because in fact, I will recount my own experience. I was mere joint secretary in the government at that time when the Japanese approached us with this proposal. And we were, those were Kyoto Protocol days, and we were uncertain about the rules at that time. So we bought time and thought over it, and the Paris Agreement was still in the making. So we all took our own sweet time, and but finally, I'm really glad that it has seen the light of the day. And then depending on the rules that we put in place, I think both countries will benefit from it. But my own sense is that we will benefit tremendously if we are a little more liberal. I'm again come back to this question of list of 13 technologies. You must have seen in the profile of the projects which Japanese have put out. It's the renewables, it is the waste, it is the something else, but nothing about high technologies. But so it gives us a signal, they are looking at projects which can generate emission reduction credits easily and which we can share easily. So we have a potential to generate credits in those areas where we can generate credits with least cost investments. And that is what we should be optimizing now, rather than looking at the future, because we are looking at second NDC cycle, maybe third NDC cycle, and trying to optimize Article 6 benefits, which is not going to happen at the moment. So we should focus on current NDC cycle, 2030. Within this 5 years period, what is it that we can actually generate for the international markets? forget about domestic carbon market. That is a compliance market. That will depend on what kind of rules are set by the BEE or by the Power Ministry. So that was the first question which I wanted to raise as far as JCM is concerned. The second is the voluntary market itself. After all, Article 6.2 is something which falls in between the compliance markets and the voluntary carbon market. We need to look at the potential of the voluntary carbon market in the long run. It's very, if you look at it as a source of finance, it's very small. Actually, it's only $1 billion. Of the total $100 billion, which is the value of the total carbon market, including compliance and voluntary, is just $1 or $2 billion, which is actually being traded in the voluntary market. So to expect that your voluntary carbon market or even the entire compliance market will finance your NDC is a little too much to expect. So carbon markets are certainly not going to finance your NDC. As Dr. Ghosh was pointing out, it is going to be very small. And voluntary markets will be much smaller than that. But voluntary markets give you a very important signal. You see, it should stimulate actions. Again, I would use his words. It should stimulate actions. It should stimulate investments, whatever be the size of those investments and those actions. So we shouldn't be worried too much again about, technologies there. We should be worried about standards. And there is a way to do this. We have ICVCM, we have, at least on the supply side, we can use the ICVCM standards to establish, to give a signal to the market that these are the standards which we should try and achieve, and that will create confidence, make our credits more credible, and people will start investing here in India.
No, I think, I had a very similar observation when I looked at the kind of projects that JCM has invested in the past, in the sectors that you mentioned versus, what we have in the list today that mirrors our, the Indian government 6.2 list. So that's an interesting point. And also on the voluntary side, I completely agree. I think with the voluntary market also, it has a much wider demand side. And now with, the usual problems that plagued the voluntary market in the past, with these kind of credibility frameworks, that's now improving. So we could see a much larger sort of participation in the market and much more credibility in the market. So completely agree with that. But, Dr. Ghosh, when we have these conversations, we tend to focus on industry, right? But as India emerges as a voice, so leading voice to the global south, how can it leverage international partnerships under Article 6 to not only advance, our national climate goals, but also the resulting benefits? How do we get it to reach, say, the MSMEs, the local communities, the farmers, the grassroots level organizations, and smaller sectors, rather than being limited to large industries? And what does, this true leadership mean in that sense for the global south in this context?
Apurva, the way the question is phrased, it's, and I said this myself earlier as well, you can't have transitions that are unjust. That being said, I'm trained as an economist, and one of the rules of thumb we use is that you solve one policy problem with one policy instrument. You try to solve 20 policy problems with one policy instrument, you will create unrealistic expectations. The issue here is, I think where Mr. Rashmi and I are kind of aligning in our comments is that we are trying to stimulate markets, and we're trying to get, as I said right at the outset, begin to get things done, right? Now, whether we expand or contract the number of sectors, that's a separate question, it's a separate policy question, but pick any of those sectors. The issue of how it is implemented is more a national decision. It is not a decision of, what you're feeding into a 6.2 framework or a 6.4 framework. Whether you're involving and talking to communities, whether there is alignment between industry and government, whether there's alignment between industry and community, if suppose agriculture is included, whether there's alignment between industry and farmer, or with water user association, Those are all national frameworks, and it is incumbent on us to keep designing national frameworks that enable this economic transformation, which is also just. And therefore, from a Global South perspective, it is the way we implement, not just what we implement, that has to be lesson for the world. And that is what other countries should be. Otherwise, everything is there. A credit here versus a credit there, in mathematical terms, is the same. So, I think it is important that we don't dump all expectations into a single instrument, in a single, sub-article, but use the stimulant of the sub-article in order to leverage existing policy frameworks we already have, or strengthen the policy frameworks that we would like. And this then can serve as a lesson for, within India, it can serve as a lesson for other parts of the Global South.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ghosh. I think I've been asked to conclude in 10 minutes, including Q&A, and I had a question on readiness, but I think you touched on part of that, talking about investable project pipelines and such. But thank you for, raising the point on the importance of national frameworks that enable that just sort of cooperation domestically between different actors. What I will do is I'll ask the closing question. I set up 2 questions, and you can choose to respond to either one, quite briefly if you can. So if you had to set 3 priorities for India and South Asia at COP30, what would they be? It could be even one-word answers if you like, if Dr. Ghosh, you want to take that. And second, through the Article 6 lens, what would success at COP30 look like for you, as negotiators, but also as experts who have spent years sort of shaping this space, whether it's unlocking finance, shaping global norms, or even empowering local actors? Maybe you can take that question, Mr. Rashmi. So starting with you, Dr. Ghosh. On the Mr. Rashmi? Sure.
Okay. All right. It's. I think I've already articulated the issues that I will be watching out for from a South Asia perspective and from a COP30 perspective, what happens at COP30. But let me answer, given we have short on time, let me answer it slightly differently. I said this just a few days ago in a different setting. So we have an ambition gap, we have an implementation gap, and we have also a perception gap. There's a deep perception bias against the Global South, and an ignorance, willful or otherwise, of what is happening in the Global South, not just in terms of climate impact, but also in terms of climate action. And this is not some feel-good statement I'm making. I've said this on public platforms. I've given examples of programs, practices that are operating at scale in the millions of people and in the billions in terms of investment and opportunity. So I think one of the priorities, especially if the COP presidency is touting this as a implementation COP, is for India, South Asia, and all countries in the Global South to try and fill that perception gap by boldly articulating what they are doing. And I think we need to, in a cricketing term, bat on the front foot on that front point. That being said, we should also then go with a clear understanding of what would fill our implementation gaps. Is it always finance? Is it the lack of investable projects and NDCs? Is it a lack of domestic framework? Is it a lack of operability and interoperability with others? So how much of what we can be doing and how much do we need others to do so we can ramp up what we are already doing? And then comes the issue of ambition gap. And there I want to, my last words on this would be very much in line with what Mr. Rashmi said at the outset. We seem to have completely lost this notion of, the carbon space. And I think we are in a world of moral relativism, that we are choosing and picking the ethics we want to follow and choosing and picking those we don't want to follow. Suddenly, planetary integrity has become the only morality that we should be pursuing. Why is that the only morality? Let's have a philosophical debate on this. Yes, we cannot survive on a planet, we cannot survive individually if the planet doesn't exist. But the point is, we have chosen it to be the only morality, and in the process hidden many other ethics of individual responsibility, of consumption responsibility as against production responsibility, of action today rather than transference of action later, of mitigation versus adaptation, of mitigation versus removal, of technocentrism versus human centrism. These are all ethical choices. I'm not saying one is right and the other is wrong. But back to my anime notion, let's again start setting an agenda where we start debating alternative moralities and not end up in a world of moral relativism.
Thank you, Dr. Ghosh. I think this makes for a very interesting, separate, long conversation on morality, on philosophical issues around this. And I think this acronym anime will really stay with me after this conversation. But Mr. Rashmi, I think from Dr. Ghosh's summarization, I think we understood what sort of success means at COP30 for him. But for you, what does it mean personally in terms of what outcomes you expect from it?
Two short comments, one about the COP30, the other about Article 6. To me, it appears that as far as Global South is concerned, we should insist on considering the fact that COP30, we are expected to come up or finalize this list of global indicators, adaptation indicators. We should try and use this opportunity to link it with finance, or $1.3 trillion roadmap. Because everybody looks at this entire finance question only in terms of mitigation. We should try and create this possibility that this trillion dollar roadmap gets linked with the adaptation finance. And this is an opportunity because an adaptation finance without adaptation outcome framework will never happen. There are many models which are being experimented across the world. Global South perhaps should take lead in this because it is for us. I mean, it is our countries in this region which are heavily impacted by climate change and loss and damage. So we should create an opportunity here, window here, when we discuss both the global indicator framework and the financing roadmap, that we should try and link these two and create a framework for, and we should press for this. And we can take a lead in this. We should also, as far as the larger issues of ambition, implementation, and the morality, the problem is maybe this COP may not be able to resolve these issues, but we should remember that COP33 is going to be a GST COP, and somewhere in our region maybe. So we should prepare for that, and these questions are relevant. We need to keep those issues alive, and Global South again is the best forum for doing that. So we need to initiate that discussion amongst ourselves first, because we are also a coalition of diverse interests within our own group. So we need to start engaging ourselves in these questions first so that we are ready for COP33. Article 6, again, my own view is that as far as the rules are concerned, I think the rules have been set in place now, both for Article 6.4 and 6.2. Question is that of implementation. And implementation will happen only if we are ready internally. Internally, we have, we are doing the, taking our own baby steps towards a domestic market. But we need to ensure that while we look at compliance markets as a way to improve our credibility, we should not forget about the potential of the voluntary carbon markets. There are some people who still believe that the voluntary market needs to be killed and only compliance market should be allowed to function in the interest of decarbonization and 1.5 degree. I am of an opposite view. My view is that we should take everything along. We should be as comprehensive, as liberal as possible as far as markets are concerned. Markets don't look at it, for example, the domestic carbon market and the green credits. Markets will not look at it in two different segments. Market will look at it in one particular instrument. So again, I think my own view is that we have made a mistake by creating two different segments of the market here. We need to make a composite instrument, which is a carbon plus instrument, which rewards the investments in an equal manner. Anybody, let the choice be made by the investor or by the buyer. Why should we make an a priori distinction between these two kinds of different instruments? Anyway, so that's a different question altogether. But my limited point was that we should look at it, carbon market, as a possible source of finance, and we have to start taking steps towards integration and standardization of those credits.
Thank you, Mr. Ashmi, for sharing your sort of insights and perspectives with us. Do we have a few minutes to take any questions? Yeah, a couple of questions, please. There.
Thank you so much. Taking cue on the question around carbon space, I think I would love to hear your thoughts on the price of carbon credits. Is there something where we can push? Because current prices of carbon markets, at least from a grassroots perspective, doesn't make sense to work on, because doing a complete agriculture project and merely getting close to $18 a credit, where farmers eventually get peanuts out of it, doesn't make sense. So is there a way in these negotiations where we put the South Asian point or the global South perspective in implementation, that can we cap the prices linked to the carbon space that is out there? Thank you.
Let's take another question and you can respond to both together.
Hi, this is Anushri. I'm with the Boston Consulting Group, and my question is sort of more focused on COP30 and climate finance than Article 6 specifically. So in the last year, a lot has happened globally, right? Geopolitically, with macroeconomic factors changing, what is happening in the US ping pong policy all over the place, and with the EU omnibus. So there's a clear sort of sentiment that overt climate ambition seems to be taking a backseat. Whether or not that's true is a matter of debate. But for India, this has been a point of contention, right? Climate financing and the responsibility of developed, grown economies and how they place themselves there. So with economies like the EU, the US taking these kind of policy decisions in the last year or so, what do you think will be the kind of discussion around this climate financing provision, and how does India sort of, in your opinion, prepare to engage with these kinds of sort of policy decisions that these economies have made at home versus the kind of stances that they will expectedly make at COP30 now? Yeah.
Would you like to respond to either question?
On the carbon price issue, I think we cannot cap the prices. Number one, the prices are not set by the governments. It's a market function. The market has to determine the price. But it's between the buyers and the sellers. So that's where the credibility question comes in, integrity question comes in. You will command a better price if you are credible. So it is in our own interest to establish a market where we are able to generate credits which are credible and which command international, they are able to attract sufficient demand. So that will set the price automatically. So it's a price discovery mechanism. We cannot think of setting the price ourselves. So whether it is agriculture or nature-based solution or any other sector of the industry, it is in our own interest to see that the baselines are determined well. And in JCM is a good example. JCM is a mechanism which sets the baseline according to our NDCs. That gives us an opportunity. It's strict and yet it's liberal. So we should use such opportunities and allow the market to function as liberally as possible. It will allow the suppliers to get a good price.
Can I just add my 2 cents to this response also? I think Mr. Rashmi mentioned some important points, but in our conversations with the private sector, what we have come to understand is a lot of the investments that are happening in the markets today are gearing up for a future where the carbon market prices will be much higher, because that's what research says, that the fact that they will rise exponentially as we get to, say, closer to 2030, 2040, 2050, when companies have set very ambitious voluntary targets, which may not necessarily align to country-level targets, but they're ambitious targets. So one is expecting the carbon market prices to grow. Having said that, I think in the Indian carbon markets, for example, we've had multiple conversations, Mr. Didi, on what kind of price stability mechanisms one can set up with flow of forbearance prices the same way that we have with RECs and others, and also market stability reserve and others. I think we've been having those conversations to understand how this price could be stabilized for the Indian domestic market. Having said that, I think the sector that you talk about, agriculture, is a very complex sector, right? If you look at aggregated number of farms and you're looking at these kind of typical credit projects using the typical methodologies, they can look like a big number. But when you come to the farm level and what it translates and means for the farmer, that's a very small number. Today, if you look at current prices, to the extent of even like $10 or even less than $20, $30 per farm. Can you imagine that for a year? So it's a very complex sector. There's so much that's happening at this point right now, with so many projects on way towards registration. Not a single issuance has happened. So fairly complex, even on the MRV side. So I agree with you on that. I think how much it makes sense for these community projects, especially on the agriculture side, it's still a very complicated space.
On the question on finance, first of all, we must distinguish between climate finance and climate investment. Ultimately, we all need much larger volumes of climate investment that can support our energy transition, but also, as I said, our economic transformation. That being said, I think the issue of finance will be robustly discussed at COP. The Baku to Berlin roadmap is the first step. We will see what comes out of it. As I said earlier, it will then outline at least what are the milestones that can get us from 300 to 1.3 trillion. But and you're not the first one who has asked this question to me in recent weeks, but mostly when I hear this question, I'm not ascribing any intention to you, but I'm saying that mostly when I'm asked this question, it's phrased as, what will India say or not say? And I think that is a little problematic, because in all my consultations, this has been a singular theme that has come up from every single country representative or non-governmental representative I've spoken to. Especially when we talk about the vulnerability that countries are facing. Mr. Rashmi referred to adaptation finance a little while ago. They are not seeing that at all, regardless of what kind of policy frameworks, etc., they're creating in their home countries, what kind of pipelines of projects they're creating, what kind of trust funds they're developing. They're not seeing the action at all. And we are, again, this is what I'm saying about moral relativism and planetary integrity. We are celebrating, for instance, there are huge amounts of renewables being deployed, including in India. But if you look at Global South ex-China, we have a very different story. I've spoken to African representatives in recent weeks, etc. So, you can shoot the messenger, but you cannot wish away the message. And it would be a little naive to go into COP30 assuming that the message will not be debated.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ghosh. If I can just take 2 minutes, I just want to wake up the crowd a little bit with just a very quick exercise. I call it the lightning round. All of you can respond, and I have certain assertions that I will make, and you can either agree with a thumbs up, disagree with a thumbs down, be neutral about it and not have very strong opinions on either with this. And if you think it's too controversial, you can just put a finger on your lips. So for the whole crowd, very quick questions and very quick responses if you can. I think this helps us derive a lot of insights from the crowd as well. So first assertion is carbon markets will solve the climate finance problem. Okay, a lot of disagreements there. Carbon markets are too complex for small businesses. Lots of agreements there. Private sector is ready to lead and avail of the markets. You guys can respond to if you'd like. Okay, disagreements and agreements. I can see a fair mix there. Transparency is more important than volumes in carbon trading. Okay, some people think it's controversial. Agreements, disagreements, quite a mix. India should prioritize community-based projects in Article 6 deals. Lots of agreements here. So I think we've talked about that quite a lot today as well. South-South collaboration is underutilized in climate negotiations. I'm looking at you, sir, for this. Corresponding adjustments are overrated. Good. Disagreements. Voluntary markets will outpace compliance markets in the next 5 years. Okay, fair mix. Success at COP30 means walking away with fewer credits but greater integrity. Good, not very strong opinions on this. JCM is a good stepping stone for Article 6.2 readiness. Okay, all agreement. COP30 will be more impactful than previous COPs, COP28 and 29. Okay, fair confusion in the crowd on that. All right, thank you so much. This was such a rich and insightful conversation. I really enjoyed talking to both of you, and thank you all for joining us for this.
Thank you, Apurva.
Thank you to our esteemed leaders for those compelling and actionable insights. May I now request Dr. Ghosh to felicitate Shri R.R. Rashmi and Ms. Mitra.
All three of us. You come in the center. Every fortnight we publish a cartoon. The series is called Water Cartoon.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will now break for tea. Please be back in the next 15 minutes. The refreshments are available at the poolside. Thank you.
Kazuriza-san.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Hello. Can you hear us?
I can hear you, Ajit.
Thank you. Can you share your presentation now so we can check?
Maybe I don't use presentation. If it's okay, I will speak.
No issue, no issue. Thank you. But it's a
And
15
I understand there is also short time, so I try to be flexible.
Sure, sure. Thank you. So it's a bit delay, approximate 30 minutes. So we'll send you the message.
Okay. So from 30 minutes from now?
No. Now it's 10 minutes.
Now it's, yeah, so 20 minutes to start?
No, the 10 minutes to start.
Okay, 10 minutes to start. Okay.
Sure, thank you.
Everybody, can I request you to please settle in? We will now begin with the presentation from Kazuhisa-san. We will have an address by Kazuhisa-san now.
So, may I start?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sorry, I'm not in Delhi, but I hope I can also participate virtually. So, my name is Kazuhisa Kwakutsu. I'm the director of Article 6 Implementation Partnership. I'm very delighted and also pleased to join as a panel for today's event on the especially discussing about Article 6 and also India context and also COP30. My role in this Article 6 partnership is to really support implementing Article 6 in a more global scale. And of course, India is one of the partner countries which supported the Article 6 quite for a long time. And recently, we also, SXIP supported, organized the JCM India and Japan Business Forum in Delhi in last September 23rd, as well as 26th in Hyderabad, where we have a lot of many good interactions with many of the Indian stakeholders, including the government officers, as well as the private sectors, many project development, and NGOs and civil societies, and also medias. I see a lot of big momentum is currently happening in India. So I'm very much pleased to also join this as a panel to really share some of the current thinking and also the status of the Article 6 and the carbon market in India. So we are basically the partnership of the more than 90 countries and more than 100 institutions, including the IETA and of course India, and also maybe CEEW as a partner to really enhance our collaboration in terms of implementing Article 6 and the carbon market in a more broader context. So we are happy to work together, but at the same time, really looking at some concrete results in the implementation. So in the Article 6, we definitely look for more project development. At the same time, we also see more robust institutional arrangements, especially from the government side, to provide more authorization, which is a very critical component of Article 6, and also the reporting and tracking through the registries. And since this is the UN FCCC rules, we also have aligned with the transparency framework under the Paris Agreement. So there is a robust framework being placed that was agreed in Glasgow in 2021 in COP26, which provide a basis for the rule book for the Article 6. Which was also completed last COP29 to really operationalizing this Article 6 on the ground. So we are providing capacity building programs for some tailor-made, as well as providing information related to this, what is Article 6 and what type of projects be eligible and how they can join. So please feel free to communicate with us. We are happy to engage all of your stakeholders. Having said that, I like to make 3 points for my presentation. The first of all, what is the objective of Article 6? If I asked, I'm mentioning about to realize ambitions. So Article 6 is, as specifically mentioned in Article 6 of the paragraph 1, which allows for the implementation and enhancement of the NDC for both mitigation and adaptation. So through the international cooperation. So the main objectives of Article 6 is to realize more emission reductions, also contributing to adaptations to achieve our collective goal of net zero under the Paris Agreement. So it is really important. I also wanted to emphasize is that when we are talking about Article 6, we're really looking for something that has not been realized now, but with these opportunities of carbon market, with finance, technology capacity building, or the international corporations, we are trying to realize something new that was not happened before, so that we can increase our ambition. So that is the spirit behind Article 6, and I really wanted to emphasize. And there is also very big potential. First of all, many countries are really expecting Article 6. Right now, more than 140 countries are mentioning Article 6 in their NDCs. As you know, this year is the NDC year, so many countries are now submitting NDC. We are expecting maybe more countries to also mention Article 6. So there is a very big potential because now the countries are utilizing Article 6 in order to enhance ambition, which means we really need to try to reduce our emissions. There is also the estimate in terms of how much potential this Article 6 can deliver. There is several models. Actually, the IETA also previously developed some models, which estimates around from 4 to 12 billion CO2 reductions potential. Of course, this is the potential amount, which also translates into a minimum of 10% to 40% of global emissions at the time of 2018. So we are seeing like a 10% at the minimum of the emission reductions of the total emissions could be reduced by 2030. Again, this is one of the estimates, but there is also the potential to be tapped. At the same time, there is also the financial potentials. Again, this was also a little bit outdated World Bank estimate, but by 2030, at least additional 200 billion US dollars investment could be mobilized through Article 6 or carbon market. I think there is also more large estimate being proposed. And I also see a lot of momentum also be happening in terms of more investment coming from private sector looking for net zero or from the compliance market. So there is also the potential for the financing of those projects which has not realized. Again, I was just mentioning about the new projects which has not happened to be financed and to be realized. But the last things I also wanted to mention is very important part is with high integrity with this Article 6. With high integrity, I mean by that is emission reductions. This really needs to be real, verified, additional. And then that will not be double counted because now we have all the NDCs. Every country has NDC. So there is a very important rules of addressing double counting through corresponding adjustment. That was also in the Article 6 rules. So in order to ensure that high environment integrity, we have very robust rules for the reporting of layers of reporting, starting from initial report and then annual information, annual reporting. By the April, countries need to report how much you transfer or acquire or even used, canceled, and to do so, you need to have a registry. To which the country also requires the registry to track of those transfer. And then biannually, according to the transparency framework, you need to have biannual reporting together with this Article 6 transfer to adjust your emissions, to ensure your emission reducing at the same time, those which are transferred to be adjusted. You are deducting or adding. So that process is completely new for many countries. That's actually started from last year. So again, that's why we really try to support the countries to help in implementing those processes. Of course, for many it is new and complicated, but once you are getting to understand, I think those becomes normal. And I think Article 6 really requires such kind of a process to be normal. So anyway, Article 6 is a potential. But at the same time, we really need to ensure environmental integrity. That really creates more credibility, creates more faster emission reductions and faster financing. The second part, I also wanted to mention about India's role. Of course, India has a lot of experience. Maybe many of you participate today knows the time of the CDM, Clean Development Mechanism. India was one of the largest host country of the CDM. I also myself associated many of the Indian companies, developers who are really active in this the first chapter of international market. And India is also, of course, largest project being developed, and a lot of experiences being accumulated from that. And also, India has developed a domestic market. I also learned, last month, you have both compliance market, which is the, emission trading based on the intensity target. At the same time, you also have the offset crediting mechanism. Again, it's more like baseline crediting types, which also you have already methodologies being developed. And you also have a 6.2 eligibility criteria, which specifies 13 eligibility list of technologies, which are aligning with the NDC. So from our point of view, I think India has a lot of experience from previous CDM, and also you have developed domestic market, and now you are ready to engage in Article 6, 6.2, and also 6.4 with the eligibility criteria that you have been developed. So what is really important from now on is that we really need to demonstrate the actual cooperation and actual projects to be happen under this framework. So that's why I was very pleased to participate in the last month's JCM, Joint Crediting Mechanism, which is implemented in Article 6.2. And India was the first country to engage this 6.2 mechanism. And I really met many, the developers, many government officials are very excited about these opportunities. And already some projects is started developing. So I think it's really important to really kind of show and demonstrate the actual projects and then processing in terms of what is already agreed rules. So it is really right time with the completion of the Article 6 rules, with also the arrangements of the international cooperation based on the domestic as well as the your international engagement with India. So the last third point, I also try to be brief. So towards COP30. The one of the important points of COP30 is that we really need to demonstrate the multilateralisms to work. So I think this is a really important, challenging COP from my point of view. But at the same time, with the India's engagement, with more ambitious NDC, with the real examples, I think we really need to demonstrate that multilateralism works. Because Article 6 is again the part of the architecture of the Paris Agreement, and also basically enabling international cooperation through under the multilateral agreement. So if we are really successful demonstrating our cooperation through Article 6, that really demonstrates multilateralism to work. So it is not just only, under the UN conferences, parties talking. It is really the parties, non-parties, all the stakeholders working together to make this happen. That is a really important point. So the last, the Brazil, we also organized the event, and they mentioned about this is implementation COP, because all the rules are agreed now. Because the last piece was Article 6. So now it is really implementation. We already have a global stock take, and then now we have an NDC update. We already had a VTR. So this is really implementation COP to really emphasizing the implementation is really important, and how we can demonstrate our actions, and how that related to ourselves with our net zero goal, and with more broader objective sustainable development. So I just really want to encourage all the Indian stakeholders, and also with the international audience, to work together to demonstrate at COP30 with the with implementation of Article 6 with your presentation. So with that, I maybe will finish my remarks. Thank you very much for your listening.
Any questions here? Anybody? Okay, one from that side. Yes.
Thank you. It was a very insightful conversation. Something that came from what you have said, that we need to demonstrate the kind of ambition that we are having. So in terms of, okay, bilateral deals, yes, that is one way to demonstrate. What are 2 or 3 other things that India can do to demonstrate to the global community that the kind of climate action that has been happening on ground? Is there something that, because Japan is one of the leading countries in being able to demonstrate the climate action that they have been doing. So how can we bring it to the forefront? Thank you.
Thank you. So yes, so many things could be demonstrated, and if you have any idea that you wanted to realize, that is something I think the world want to hear. And also, it's not just only from yourself, but also with the engagement with, for example, like with Japan or with other countries. That is also becomes Article 6. So of course, in order to follow that, we have 13 eligibility criteria, at least for now, to start with. So we need to think about, okay, so when we are engaging Article 6, we need to see 13 criteria. Okay, let's try to look at the renewable energy and the storage. And then we can look at, okay, so when we are thinking about this, maybe looking at the community-based projects with batteries and PVs, or we can also looking at the PV with the agricultural field, and with the battery again, because the battery is also one of the requirements from the eligible criteria. And then thinking about the, how we can realize that. Okay, so we need to talk with some of the NGOs. They are really supporting these kind of type of projects to help farmers, for example, or help some communities to away from the fossil fuel or away from using wood, so that we can try to transform the way how the energy could be produced and then used. So that kind of the terms also recently used the transformative actions. That is something different pathway from what we are currently doing. I think that's is a demonstration of something we are doing differently. So I think that's showing the demonstration and then communicating with the government, submitting to the JCM projects, other JCM projects, and again we are trying to help to communicate or realize those projects. So yeah, we are happy to get in touch so that we can also harness those ideas, how to move forward.
Kazu Hisa, for sharing your valuable experiences and insights. If there are no more questions, we can move to our next panel discussion. To guide the conversation and introduce our panelists, I would now like to invite our moderator. The Article 6, Implications for Indian Industry, Trade and a Low Carbon Future. Ms. Sharma, over to you.
Thank you, Darshana. And we're moving now to the final segment of today's event. And as already, she shared, the theme today is for this panel discussion, Scaling Opportunities for India under Article 6. We have heard speakers before us set the context from a government perspective, talk about Article 6 opportunities, what the implementation would look like. Now we would like to hear more from the industry, that how does the industry interpret this? What are the opportunities here? How do we see that this can pan out as a success for the industry going forward? So we are joined today by an excellent panel, and let me take a moment to introduce our speakers to you today. First on the panel is Ms. Prachi Priya. She's Vice President and Head, Policy Advocacy and Economics at Hindalco. Prachi is an economist and she leads international trade policy negotiations, including WTO, FTAs, trade remedial measures, and she has been instrumental in institutionalizing policy advocacy processes at Hindalco. So please put your hands together in welcoming Prachi to the stage. Our next panelist is Mr. Manish Mishra, Chief of Corporate Affairs at Tata Steel. Manish, sir, of course, needs no introduction. He has been a seasoned leader with over 30 years of experience at Tata Steel. He's worked across mining operations, stakeholder engagement with local communities, regulatory measures, national and international platforms. He brings with himself deep expertise and perspectives from the industry side. We welcome you, sir. Please give him a big round of applause. Next, we have my good friend and co-partner in this event, Ms. Kajol Tandon. She represents IETA as the India lead. IETA, as we know, serves as a global platform for developing market standards, sharing intelligence, and engaging in policy discussions to advance the implementation of the Paris Agreement. Kajol has deep expertise in carbon markets, CBAM, and she brings a global perspective around Article 6 developments. Welcome to the stage, everyone. Please give it up for Kajol. Our final panelist is Mr. Satish Triplikane. He's policy advisor at the International Institute for Sustainable Development. Satish focuses on trade, environmental issues that include fossil fuel subsidy reforms, and he has been extensively legal advisor on WTO laws, customs, and he has supported many government and private stakeholders in this context of CBAM. So welcome to the forum, Satish. Big round of applause, guys. It's also time for me to transition from here to the chair. So thank you to all of you for giving time to us for this panel. Let us quickly deep dive into the discussion. We've already heard the speakers, as I mentioned, and we are looking positively around Article 6. Having signed the JCM, there are many opportunities ahead for India. How do we interpret this for the industry? How do we interpret this overall for the global world and the transition in India, especially towards low carbon economy, how we are looking at it? So let me begin with you, Kajol, since you bring the more global perspective from IETA. How do you interpret this? Why should we be excited about Article 6? What do you see are the larger opportunities around here, and where is the demand coming from?
Yep, sure. Thank you so much, Aparna, and thank you for having IETA as the knowledge partner also for this event, and also having us as a co-organizer. Firstly, it is a very relevant question at this time, that where is exactly the demand coming from, and how are we ready for it, and how are we, do we have enough readiness for the same, as well as through our national ambition as well. So currently, now as we are seeing that a lot of countries are submitting their NDCs. So this is a very important national document wherein many of the countries are stating their ambition and clearly stating how they want to use Article 6. So this is a very important ambition. This is a very important document wherein it starts with that. And then from there onwards, it becomes very clear on how whether the country is looking to procure credits, how much percentage of credits is it allowing into the market, and how much would they like to procure for the same. Let's say in the case, we also looked at Japan as well, right? Even in their NDCs, they're stating it very clearly that they want to procure 100 million tons of credits by 2030. With South Korea, we are looking at more than 37 million credits. Major source of demand also is coming from Switzerland, South Korea, Singapore. We are also seeing major source of demand coming from Corsia as well, which is one of the huge demands that many of the industry participants are looking forward to catering to international airlines. And the demand, the percentage, if we look at the expected round figure that we are looking at, it could come across more than 65 million to more than 164 million credits that would come in the future. So there are many market participants who are preparing for these international developments. And with the current Article 6 list that we have, it only states only 12 activities that we have. And if you look at Corsia eligibility requirements on what type of credits would be eligible, there is a very different requirement itself. So it will be very important to also match up these requirements so that we can also position ourselves as the exporter of credits, as well as India has also positioned itself as a seller of credits even during CDM times.
Sure.
So why not we start with NDCs and then move on to see how much demand is being generated in the international market, and also sort of move ahead towards that.
Very interesting and pertinent point there, that globally, if you see, there is demand, and many of the countries have already established through their ETS mechanisms as well. We are hearing from Japan, GX-ETS, that has created this demand. So maybe quickly, let me come to Prachi, to you. You're hearing from everybody that there is demand, there is the potential. But of course, for these partnerships to go ahead, we need to have the hand of industry with us. Currently, what we see for the Indian industry, we have the CCTS being rolled out. There is stringent RPO, RCO measures. Then you have CBAM that's going to kick in. Yeah. So given that a web of green regulatory measures that you have to face with, where do you put Article 6 there? Are there only complexities, or you do see this panning a better road ahead for the industry? So yeah, no context.
Yeah, so I mean, before I answer your question, quickly let me introduce, I come from a very hard to abate sector, I would say hardest to abate, aluminum industry. To give you some context, because steel, we have representation from steel as well. 1 ton of aluminium produced in India today, because most of the aluminium is backed by coal, and also because of historical reasons, produces 17 to 18 tons of carbon dioxide. And almost 80% of the carbon emission comes from electricity. So, if you change the source of electricity from coal to any renewable source, that's where the decarbonization pathway lies. Having said that, on Article 6, I think industry is, in one line, if I have to answer, we are very cautiously optimistic. Why do I say cautiously optimistic? Because, like you said, there's a complex climate regulatory landscape that's been evolving in the last 3-4 years, the CCTS, the RCO, even on recycling, we've had mandates on EPR. We've traditionally had a coal cess, so that's also an implicit carbon price. And of course, the CBAM at the international level. So, domestically and globally, we are moving very fast. And the major issue is that, for example, today, a company like Hindalco, which does not really have a problem in terms of finance, is planning to put up a RE-RTC project, with respect to using pump hydro to produce aluminium. The demand of customers today, leave away the global compliance and the domestic compliance, is for green aluminium. So if you are doing, participating in a JCM kind of agreement, you would not want to give away the green attribute, because that is demanded commercially as well. So that's my short point on, that's why I said we are cautiously optimistic. If time permits, I'll come on 6.4 as well, but that's my short take.
No, that's very well to start the conversation around hard-to-abate sectors, and it's time for me to also get Manish sir here to give his thoughts, because he brings the more steel perspective here, and within the set of those 13 activities that we're talking about, there is a lot of conversation around green hydrogen, to steer green steel production in India. How do you interpret this for the industry? And very interestingly, the point that Prachi made, that how are we seeing green and gray steel here? If you're taking the credits, how do we interpret this? So, your thoughts there.
Thank you, Aparna, and thanks to CEEW for taking up this subject, and very important one. And before I come to your question, just to give you a context that, for example, if you talk about Tata Steel, currently we have 26 million tons of capacity, and we are likely to be 40 million tons in, say, next 10 years or so, or maybe before that. And if I sort of take an average number, though emissions may vary from 2.3 to 2.5, depending upon which methodology you use. So we are talking about 100 million tons of emissions if this is business as usual in next 10 years. On top of it, we have a pledge, we have a commitment to become net zero by 2045. So this is where we have the real challenge. Now, once we have set this target of becoming net zero by 2045, we are looking at all possible solutions, as was being said in the previous session by Dr. Ghosh, that there is no one solution which can lead us to that stage, which includes technology adoption, which lever may come through CCTS, which might also come through hydrogen, CCUS. We are looking at all possible solutions. And in that context, anything, including Article 6, where we can work in partnerships, and I'm very happy to listen to the previous speaker who said that potentially there is a possibility of 10 to 40% of emission reduction. Now, Prachi would agree with me that in corporate world, in industries, you need to have a business case. And we are very fond of what we call waterfall diagrams. So my slide should look like 100 million tons, how much I can reduce through scrap, how much I can reduce through CCTS, how much I can reduce through Article 6. Now, also important, because whatever may be the context,
steel value chain is spread across the globe. We have suppliers from Australia, from Brazil, from various countries, and they have also their commitments. And again, I was very happy to listen to Mr. Asmi when he said that this would create a stimulus, and they have expressed interest in working on some projects which will help us as a customer in bringing down our emissions. Now, the question or the challenge is the same, which was discussed in the previous sessions. I think I also explained it earlier, that what is going to be the standard, how the credits would flow, where is going to be the registry. And from industry point of view, we are very sort of concerned in terms of it should not be become a compliance burden. Anyone investing in any project or doing any partnership with us in India should not get into a trouble that this credit is not worthy of the credit because of standard was not defined or they cannot use it. And so I think it's the right time when you have brought this subject, and I'm sure with the discussion something would emerge. And once that is laid clearly, I'm sure there would be a lot of opportunities for from the larger ecosystem to work with steel, and hopefully this would be one of the what we call waterfall, one part of that which will help us becoming net zero. Thank you.
Absolutely. I mean, that is a very relevant comment, that it is difficult for the industry, and there are a lot of bases that have to be cleared when they are interpreting that how to move towards a more decarbonization route, and it's not coming easy. So maybe let me move to Satish and pose the trigger question to you, Satish, before I have the industry also looped in, and that's around trade and competitiveness, that the ultimate goal being that we want to remain competitive in the global world. So how do you see Article 6 fits in the entire evolving landscape of many of the carbon market measures, and how this can support any kind of decarbonization, especially in the context of CBAM? Are there certain complexities we see that will not be addressed through the mechanism, or how do we interpret it? Yes.
Okay. So the way I see Article 6, it is an important tool for meeting the climate ambition, but at the same time, it's also important for meeting the developmental needs, right? So let's not forget that Article 6 is just not about climate, it's also about the developmental needs of a country as well. And the way we can achieve this is by designing an effective mechanism. So whatever we want to do, whatever we want to implement, it will fall back on how we design those instruments going forward, right? So just to give an example of how we can do this. So under Article 6.2, we have the MRV mechanism that can be used to achieve the ITMOS that we want to do, right? So unless we have that robust MRV mechanism, we cannot have a transparent system that we can showcase to our partner countries to say that here is a flexible, transparent, robust system that you can use, right? And once we achieve that mechanism, once we have that robust system, it can help us navigate the CBAM complexities as well. Like it can help us negotiate with EU and ask them to use ITMOS as a carbon price paid. So that's one way of dealing with Article 6 and CBAM. Another way by which we can use Article 6 mechanism, and if it is effectively implemented, it can help us have one single robust mechanism that will avoid parallel systems for different instruments that we have. And once we have a single system, avoid duplication, it can reduce the compliance cost considerably, not only for big industries, but more importantly for SMEs who will be part of this. So there are two ways in which it can really help. And but again, the important question will be, how do we go about designing this instrument? That will be the key here. And when we talk of designing it, it will have to take into consideration all the stakeholders concerned, not only just governments or big industries. It has to take into account all the think tanks, SMEs, all the climate activism. So it has to take into account everyone. And only then you can have that instrument that meets the climate plus developmental needs.
Thank you, Satish, for those points. I mean, two more interesting points, and I want to come back to you, Prachi, that there are two ways Satish also highlighted, that one is the use of ITMOs against the CBAM certificates. If the industries can buy possibly ITMOs, could that be a solution? Second is that through the Article 6 mechanism, there is a transition we are looking at, but then there are, CA comes into play and corresponding adjustment. What accounts for gray there and what accounts for green? How would that be beneficial for you, going ahead with trade, with, CBAM like levies there?
For CBAM, I have a slightly different view, and I think on multiple forums with government officials where I've interacted, I think we can deal with CBAM internally more than externally, rather than in India-EU negotiations. And I've said this so often that contrary to what the West believes, carbon emission in India is not free. But the West believes that the only way you pay carbon price is through the ETS. And that's what they held bent in terms of negotiations in the FTA or not giving, the India-UK FTA, for example, did not give any kind of clause to circumvent or, some kind of transition for a country like India. So the way we can deal with it, you were mentioning, today for an industry like aluminium, we are paying the CCTS. To start with, the price would be $8 to $10 per ton of CO2. We are paying the RCO. We did get some exemption on 50% of the electricity in the notification that came a few days back, but still, RCO 15 to 30% renewable energy uses for a sector like aluminium, which cannot use renewable at all, even though we've done investments in RE-RTC, and put together all kinds of fuel taxes. You have the coal cess, which is now subsumed in the GST. When we calculate all of this, the Indian industry is actually paying $20 per ton of CO2 as implicit and explicit carbon tax. But the EU will not give us adjustment for that amount because it feels the only way you pay carbon price is through an explicit mechanism. And that's where so I would say, rather than anything in Article 6, if we internally set this system and we say we have a unified, integrated carbon pricing, which could be the CCTS, which should be the CCTS mechanism, where all your other implicit carbon prices are subsumed, and we would have higher targets for, as an industry representative, I'm saying this, higher targets for carbon reduction, higher price discovery, and hence higher adjustment with respect to the EU ETS price, which is $70, and we would only be at $10 or $12 to start with. So that's my view. I would not really like to comment on the other part. That's a low-hanging fruit which we can work on.
May I just add to, or maybe
Sure.
slightly a bit of departure from what you said. Say my starting disclaimer that I am a conflicted party. Tata Steel has entities in Europe as well and in India.
We have Chatham House rules for today, so feel free.
No. So I'm just saying what I hear from my European counterparts, and also during the consultation with the CBAM delegation which came. One, of course, this, whether right, wrong, whatever, the policy that they chose to price their energy at a very, very high level in UK and EU. Because in Indian context, whenever we discuss cost, we talk about cost of capital, logistics cost, other costs, etc. First time I heard that energy cost getting so much significance, not now, not in CBAM, but maybe 5 years earlier, that their energy cost is so high, and because they set a target, etc. And they say that this is an industrial policy. Of course, I mean, one can discuss and debate. Now, so far as accepting our standards, our carbon tax, etc., the sense which I got is very difficult to get that. The standard answer was that if I give this relaxation or give this window to India, how can I not do it with others? And how can I not do it with the domestic industry? That's the position which I get. So I agreed to Prachi that if we really want to have some offset in CBAM, this has to come out as an explicit carbon price. Also for the reason that if you want people to make switch, whether it's a fuel switch or technology switch, the carbon price has to be at a level which will incentivize people to make that switch. Otherwise, just to close this point, I mean, I have spoken about this earlier also. We have 3 major facilities in India, each producing steel at different emission levels. But the steel fetches same price for all these 3 sites. So unless you create that incentive, motivation, or whatever you can say, the carbon price may not be that effective.
Hold on to that thought, Manish sir. I mean, my next question is also to you in continuation to this point. If coming back to Article 6 is the instrument in some way, we're looking as a lever to support the industry. You mentioned there is lack of awareness around the instrument. We don't know how the standards or the accounting is being done. So could you highlight some more onto the point that what hampers the engagement of industry in Article 6? Or what are the challenges that will have to be met in this road ahead to A6?
So very, very operational in nature. And without quoting the name of the company, it's a large company outside. They said that we want to work with you on some community project or some project on biochar. Biochar is being tried as one of the replacement for what we call pulverized coal injection. But we tried to check if they want to invest, how this will be treated. 2 things which I got. One is that it is not clear where to apply, who will certify those credits, whether they can, obviously, unless there is something for everybody in the game, why would anyone come and do? So those rules are not clear. Who will do this MRV? How the longevity of those credits would be entertained? Who in the government will do that? So, and then it should not become too much of a compliance burden, whether it is worth it. So I think I would not say that it may not happen, but I think the way we are talking about CCTS maybe 5 years ago, or climate action as such a subject maybe 8-9 years ago, I am sure this would come out in time. I'm happy that with Japan we have started this, and steel industry particularly works very closely on many of the subjects with Japan, so that would trigger. I think both of us were part of one discussion where more questions than answers came about how to do it. So once those rules are laid down and if the process is simplified, then I'm sure it would get traction.
Thank you on that. Kajol, coming to you, I mean, you've heard from the industry speakers here, and a lot of it is highlighting on the apprehension to get into this mechanism because there is lack of understanding around this process. Could you highlight around some of the success stories or case studies where we could learn from what they have achieved through the A6 mechanism? I mean, to you now.
Thanks, Aparna, for this question. Very relevant that now that JCM has been signed, there are still more questions than there are answers. And even though how come signing more bilateral agreements can bring in more opportunities for the industry participants as well. There are a few ways that I do see that different, if we see other Article 6 frameworks, that other countries are actively implementing, or they start with a national framework firstly, and then they include a lot of different parameters that are very important in a national document to be there, so that it's easier for industries to also understand what will be the treatment of credits, how will the treatment of credits be beyond a particular NDC period, what are the conditional targets, what are the unconditional targets, whether Article 6 is tied into the conditional targets. So what is the treatment of Article 6 in the NDC itself? So there are a lot of comprehensive documents and a lot of work that goes behind creating a very comprehensive Article 6 framework that we see a lot of African countries as well as a lot of Asian countries coming up, stepping up to clearly utilize this opportunity as well. We have also, IETA also engages with several other governments as well to also provide inputs on ETS markets and wherever there is voluntary and compliance market-based mechanism. We see that there is a lot of enthusiasm and also deciding how much percentage of offsets can be kept inside the country and how much percentage can be exported. So we do have some very good examples that we are seeing from, let's say, Thailand. We are also seeing it from Cambodia. We are also seeing it from Kenya and also especially Ghana. These are some of the countries that are really, really stepping up because they have done a very comprehensive study on how much they can keep within, what is the percentage that they can keep within the country to achieve NDCs, and how much they can sort of ready to be exported abroad. So a lot of African nations are currently stepping up for the same as well. So I think that's somewhat I would like to highlight here. And we can also learn from these countries on how the framework has been established to sort of come up with more readiness, because I feel that India does have a lot of potential. We have been a leader in the CDM times and do have a lot of potential to also carry it forward because there's a new market mechanism called Article 6.4 mechanism. So we do see that in the couple of years when newer methodologies get approval, within this year, there'll be newer market opportunities coming up. So I'd like to wrap up my answer
Thanks,
here.
Kajol, there, and very, very important, pertinent point there, that there is a lot of work around developing new methodologies, and that if the African nations have expedited those, I mean, it's time for India to also build into those capabilities. And coming to Satish on that very question, that we are bringing the ideas on building new methodologies, having more nuanced research on Article 6. Going forward, since you also come from a research institute, what do you think research can do? How we can support with partnerships to the Indian government in building more robust capabilities to implement A6 in India, and what's there that we can support in the readiness journey towards A6? Yeah.
I think the way I see it, we just cannot afford to undermine research and intellectual partnerships anymore, right? The policies that countries are adopting, the kind of international agreements that are coming up, they're becoming more and more complex to deal with, right? On the government side, we just don't have resources. The Babus just don't have time to draft legislations or policies based on limited information and time that they have. So they need help on technical aspects. On industry side, barring a few corporates who can afford to have a policy team, most of the industries do not have that resource available to them. So that's where research organizations can come into picture, right? They have technical expertise, they have core competencies, they have the network to not only go and deal with the government, but also deal with the industries. So they bridge the gap perfectly, right? So that's where we need research organizations more. And if we see different countries that have been able to adopt those policies and innovate on them and make it more complicated and more beneficial for them, they're based on intense research that they are continuously having. So it's high time that we also leverage those things in this country. We tap on to the resources that we have outside the government, tap into universities that are working on this, and that's the only way we can leverage the immense potential talent that we have and address those challenging issues.
Thanks, Satish. And I just checked on time. We do have some time before we go for Q&A. And very quickly to all the panelists, I have 2 quick questions for you to respond to. So one is, what is, in your view, an idea? It could also be one word that excites you about A6, which makes it more forward-looking. And second is, what do you think is the challenge around A6 implementation, and where do you think the support is needed? So yeah, maybe Prachi, could we start with you?
I think awareness and capacity building. I mean, with A4, I mean, of course, the upfront costs will be high in terms of your accounting frameworks. He touched upon the point on MSMEs. I would say even big corporates would struggle because, with CBAM experience, we've handheld some of our customers who export to Europe. कैसे account करना है, ये तो कुछ समझ ही नहीं आ रहा, basics. And we set up a system, then we handheld them. I'm sure Steel must have had a similar, while I personally feel CBAM is a pretty simple template as of today. So
Aditya Birla has got all sorted for itself.
As of now. So I think coming to A4 kind of a setup, or where more complex and robust MRV is required, your basic understanding is required. Like he said, most MSMEs don't even have a policy team to even understand the basic regulations. So we should start with that. I mean, CCTS is an excellent example where Mr. Didi himself, was going around metro cities to just create awareness about the CCTS program. That's very important. So I feel if that happens, right now I think a lot of us don't even know how to utilize it. And that's where the journey will begin. And I think institutes like yours, the IISD, can help implement. I mean, if I go to my CEO with this idea that, listen, we can use Article 6, I need to have some concrete ideas to tell him what he should be doing and how. I mean, project registration, approvals, documentation, so all of that. Yeah.
But your one good thought around it, at least something forward-looking. I'm hearing the critical views, but what's there for you in A6?
You have to solve it.
Yes.
I can't think of anything right now.
There's a long road ahead for us to develop for industry participation. How about you, Manish, sir? I'm sure there's more positive there.
So, no. So I think one very positive note which I got, he said 10 to 40% is a significant number. If that is the potential, as I was saying at the beginning, let us build a business case for India, that if we fully get invested in terms of what he said, capacity building, awareness, legal framework, this is what we can achieve. And once that is done, it will excite everyone, industry, investors, entire ecosystem. I think that's first step that we can do. And that's why, again, I think CEEW can play that role and bring that up and educate people and bring it front and center to the boardrooms, that, as we used to say about carbon pricing. I think then we can. I mean, just another point, and I mean, since you asked this question, typically what happens, not only on Article 6, on any other things, I have seen, but once the framework is laid, we try to chase that. Now, as a country, we need to be proactive. Why should we wait? What is the other side going to be doing? Why are we looking for sort of benchmark elsewhere. Why we cannot set rules of the game and benchmark ourselves saying that this is what we propose to do?
No, absolutely, yeah. Kajol.
Sure. I think I definitely agree with Manish sir that why are we not stepping up in creating benchmarks for ourselves? We already know the sectors that are eligible. We already know that, why don't we step up and also create some of the benchmarks from what the opportunities are already there. The opportunities are there beyond the 13 sectors that we already have. It's also about that. I also feel that we need to also take it a little bit more liberal approach towards this. And one of the things that I'm really looking forward to is India's NDC 3.0 as well. And hopefully that some of the clarity is also provided in this very important document, because as we see that many other countries are providing that kind of clarity as well.
Satish.
I think Manish sir just stole my idea of what I wanted to say, that we need to be more proactive than being reactive to the challenges. But the other thing that we can do is to have continuous stakeholder engagement, right? We just cannot stop learning from the process. Every time you have an engagement, you learn something new. And it's a continuous process to learn, right? So like what we did at ISG was to have a 3-year-long stakeholder engagement with 5 countries and stakeholders in 5 countries. And I think you were also part of that. So in 5 different countries, how they look at BCAs, how they look at CBAM type measures, what are the different issues that they are facing, how can they solve those problems. So it was a continuous process of 3 years. And even now we do not have real solutions to all the problems, but at least we now know how different countries are reacting to the same problem. So that's what we need to have.
Thank you to the panelists. I'm also itching to add my 2 cents there. And I look at ASICS from a very positive and forward-looking angle, and I see there is capability from all 3 corners. There is potential to bring the transition, the tech transfer that we need. There is potential for finance there. And also the partnerships that we are building. We just signed one with Japan, and going forward, we have other countries also who are now more forward-looking with India's approach. I think in the current global world, how we are living in, that's very important for us to build those relationships going forward, and that's also an excellent avenue going forward. And of course, the negative here is that there is a long road ahead. And there's need to build institutional capacity significantly, and there are many solutions we've already heard from the panelists.
I just wanted to add, tech transfer, obviously, today if I'm looking at decarbonizing aluminium, and green hydrogen is so much talked about, and it looks very far-fetched today, of course, because of the economic viability, and also because the way hydrogen you'll have to change, or you can't retrofit. A new technology, Nox Hydro in Norway has done something, but it hasn't been scaled up. So, maybe partnerships with countries like Norway to see whether that can be, that kind of technology can come into India. But I agree with Sir's point. I think Rashmi sir pointed out in the morning that we are looking currently at the list very narrowly. And if that could be expanded, I think industry can also come up with more ideas. So, on certain projects, have your green attributes intact, export, or, sell it in your domestic market, and utilize Article 6 for pilot projects, scale it later when you have the technology, but have more, more pilots, and even more, the list can be expanded to so much more. And
beyond the 13.
Yes, beyond the 13, because
we are hoping this is the year to revise maybe more
we
sectors and
will
activities.
give our consultations.
Keeping fingers crossed. So with that note, I want to thank this wonderful panel. They've made my job very easy, and it's been an excellent discussion, many new thoughts. I have positively edged the industry players also to be more candid here, and it's been an excellent session. And now opening the floor to the audience. If there are a few questions to the panel, please feel free to ask.
Yeah. Yeah, thanks a lot. My name is Aman Malik. I'm from CEEW. And I had actually 2 questions for the industry representatives here. They're not directly related to Article 6, but ma'am, you made a comment. One was basically saying that, the good thing about aluminium is that unlike other sectors where we wish electrification, there's a lot of electrification already. You yourself mentioned 80% is like coming from, emissions are coming from electricity. I want to understand, in this waterfall diagram, which you said you often use, what is the difference between, let's say, now coal-based electricity and RTC, right? Is this something that's actually huge? The second part, and for you also, and for sir also, only the electricity part, I'm interested to know how much is the markup that we are talking about. Second question is, ma'am, you mentioned that in India, we have a multiplicity of policies, which means that the effective carbon price which we are giving is actually slightly higher. But my question is, isn't this the case in other countries as well? They will probably also have indirect taxes, which we are not included, right? In Europe also, you have RC, they also have renewable purchase obligation, but they also have, and of course, from a policymaker's perspective, each of them are trying to solve a different part of the picture, right? So one is maybe just trying to say that you need to have enough demand for electricity. So I understand from an industry perspective there's duplicity, but from a larger, broader policy angle, there is objective behind each of those policies. So these are the 2 questions. Thank you.
So should I? Yeah. So I think first, see, on the steel and aluminium are very different. So I was talking from an aluminium perspective. When I say out of 17, 18 tons, 14 tons comes from coal-backed electricity. Now, if now in a facility in Odisha that we are putting up the RE-RTC pumped hydro, this 14 would significantly go down. So I mean, today if my carbon emission or 1 ton of purely coal-backed aluminium is 17 tons, I would reduce it to 3 tons because my electricity is the major. So 2 tons comes from, 1.5 to 2 comes from your process emission, that's the smelter. Another 1.5, 2 tons comes from the refinery. So basically bauxite to alumina. So that's how it is. So of course, if we solve for that part, there will be a significant difference of 14 to 15 tons. That's to answer your first question. Where we lack, because we do not, our grids are not stable. I cannot take power from the grid. I have to do a PPA with a third party which is supplying RE-RTC to me. So that's a pilot. Yeah, then all Hindalco, Nalco, Vedantas are all coal-backed captive power plants today. So we don't source anything from the grid. We need stable power. And the differential in pricing is coal is captive is at 3 to 4 rupees per unit, depending on where you source coal from. And your RE-RTC project that we are putting up will still come at 7-8. The reason we've invested it, because one, the green aluminium premium, and second, we believe somewhere, 4 to 5 years down the line when this project will operationalize, the pricing will converge. That's your first. The second one, you're right, that, these multiple taxes, I don't really understand, and I asked Saurabh Didi also when we were doing the CCTS consultations, if I am a obligated entity under the CCTS and I am non-compliant, right? I have a RCO, which is an input tax, matlab renewable nahi kiya to dena hai, and I have an output tax, which is carbon tax, right? Why do I pay double tax? Either you have interchangeability between, I don't understand, I'm an economist, so I don't understand that much of these kind of aspects, but why? And if you actually an obligated entity who's compliant, you have double benefit. Why not have a CCTS, a single, and there is enough literature from IMF, the World Banks, the WTO, October 2024, there was a joint report by all the multilateral agencies saying that fragmented carbon markets and multiple taxes serve no purpose. So there should be a single unified. So if somebody's done a mistake, why should we also copy that mistake? And West's history and the way their development needs are very different from India. So that's my take on it, whether right or wrong.
I think you have answered all the questions. The only difference between aluminium and steel is that in steel, 85% or thereabout would be process, and about 15% is electricity. Most of it, if you look at all the projects, as of now would be 15 to 20% on renewables, RTC, etc. And but the plans are very aggressive because of our PO compliances and otherwise wherever possible. So this number, at least for Tata Steel, would be close to 30% in next 2 to 3 years. Whatever is remaining is balancing the grid demand versus DISCOM and captive. So, but major work in steel has to be done on the process side.
One bit to that question from my side, to balance out the points here. Different policy objectives can have different outcomes. So while there is a pitch for unified policy there, but you have the CCTS, which could ultimately have a different objective, probably to have the RPO perform better, the RCO. So that's, I mean, no worries, no, yeah, agree to this.
Sure.
Yeah,
so I think,
yes, Apurva.
Yeah, Apurva. Sure, so I'll come and then Apurva, you can come in. So I think on policy, just quickly saying that, yeah, there are synergistic policies that are complementary, but there could be policies that are at odds with each other. So I think what Prachi was referring to, there are actually the exact example that you've given is a set of policies that are not really complementary to each other. So definitely there's a lot of room to reform those. So I think that is very clear. So I think the question I had was for both Munish and Prachi. I think the Prachi have made this point very clear that there are taxes, and there are implicit carbon price. And you have made this point many times, right? And Aman talked about something different that other countries also have, something similar, right? I'm talking about a very different narrative. I think there is also an argument, not that I agree with that argument, there is an argument that fossil is actually subsidized in India and in many countries. So while there are explicit taxes, if you talk about so many implicit things that are happening, and we don't have the way markets run in the developed world, it's not at all the way we have in the developing world, the way markets are working in the first place. So because of that, there are a lot of implicit subsidy. And net there might be subsidies. In fact, this narrative is so powerful that you know that in COP decision text, there is a line around reducing fossil fuel subsidies around the world, right? Because the belief is that fossil fuel are inherently subsidized. So there is no discussion at all that fossil fuels are taxed. The only discussion is they're explicitly taxed, which is fine. But overall, they're actually subsidized. So when there is this big narrative that fossil fuels are subsidized, one has to do a lot of convincing to Europeans or other colleagues that, well, there is an implicit carbon price. Because they believe, or many others would believe, in fact, ISG does a lot of this kind of work. In partnership with CEEW also have done some of this kind of work. That the argument is actually the opposite argument, that it is subsidized. I just wanted to get your reflections on that.
So I think the argument goes beyond that. Everyone chooses what they have. And you know why these are there for the reasons. And that because India has coal and India's access to energy is still very limited, and therefore the argument is that I need to use it till I have a viable alternative. That's the reason whether it is taxed or not taxed, because you have to see this in the overall context. Again, coming back to the carbon budget and other things, whether you tax it and create inflation and create other issues is a larger question. I mean, technically, if you see, solutions are available. One can do that. Even when we talk about steel, green steel, technically is feasible. You know, you have worked on this subject. The issue becomes at what cost? Who will bear that cost? Are we ready to pay that price? I mean, those are the questions we need to answer. Otherwise, these are very, very sort of technical, operational issues. You can charge it, I mean, levy some tax here, but it would reflect somewhere else.
I actually have an allied question in that sense when you're talking about cost. So I'm quite curious to understand, Prachi, you talked about the fact that there is a green premium at the moment in aluminium. It's interesting to understand that because it's not like Manish talked about the fact that you have 3 different plants and you have different carbon footprints, but the price is exactly the same. It's similar experience with cement as well. So 2 questions. One is, what is that green premium and where is it coming from, given the fact that steel, cement, or aluminium are actually, a lot of the demand sectors are quite similar, but you have a premium here for aluminium and you don't have it for, say, a cement or a steel?
No, when I say green premium, see, the way aluminium industry works is you have a benchmark price, the LME, London Metal Exchange. Then you have premiums which are region-wise. So that's a premium basically on your value addition that you do. So basically, if you're selling an ingot in European market, it'll work on LME plus a premium that is available on the European market. Now, when you negotiate your contracts, for example, if Hindalco is negotiating something with, say, GE or any customer in Europe, which is hell-bent on, taking green aluminium, there's a premium that I get as a producer, and that has to be negotiated between the 2 parties. So I was referring to green premium there.
So the European market specifically.
Yeah. European and even Japanese today, even we were selling to a lot of, our major export markets are in Asia. People are asking for green aluminium because you see CBAM is not just, direct exposure, it is also indirect because the value chains are linked. To answer your question, I think it's a controversial debate, we'll take it offline. But see, to your point, I think Sir already made that point. India accounts for 10% of the global coal reserves, right? Indian Economic Survey last year pointed out, and I think Anand Sir has pointed this out in so many forums, that we should use what we have to our advantage. When Europe shifted to that green deal, and talked so loudly on a lot of forums about green, that's when their coal plants or whatever they had historically were retiring. We have new coal plants which have not really retired, the life is there. We've had a coal cess historically which has not gone. Now, I'm so thankful to this government that it has now been subsumed under GST, because in macroeconomics, if you have a cess, it's dead weight loss. Cesses don't serve any purpose. I'm not saying don't tax. You taxed the industry, there was a coal cess. Why not take that cess, just like if you have to copy what the Europe did, and put all those implicit taxes into a decarbonization fund? Don't give it to the Hindalcos and the Tata Steels, give it to the MSMEs to decarbonize, who are struggling today with finance. Even if it's 2% of their needs, there has to be a decarbon. You collect taxes, but utilize it for the same purpose. So, a sin tax has to be utilized to remove the sin, is my limited point.
I think that brings us to the end of this session, and a good breather for both Manish Sir and Prachi. So Satish, Kajol, Manish Sir, Prachi, thank you very much for being here at the panel. It has been an excellent discussion and quite an engaging questionnaire from the audience. So thank you, everybody. That's it from my side.
Thank you to our panelists for a truly enriching discussion, and a special thank you to our moderator for steering the conversation in such a forward-looking direction. I would now like to request Dr. Vaibhav Chaturvedi to felicitate our panelists. To close today's dialogue and reflect on the key takeaways, I request Dr. Chaturvedi to share the closing remarks.
Great. Thank you all. It was a very interesting discussion, and thank you for staying with us for the day. So the context for today was COP30. So that was the larger context, and the relationship with Article 6 with COP30 and all. But Article 6, the debate is a much longer debate. It's not just about COP30. The Article 6 debate has been a pretty old debate and will be there for a longer time now, especially from the many different perspectives that we have talked today. Along with the integrity that many speakers talked about, which is already a high decibel debate now. As I think the many speakers already said, there have to be explicit linkages with this equity dimension and development dimensions also in the Article 6 debate. And we do hope that those points and perspectives are also reflected now in this Article 6 debate. JCM is a great start, and the implementation rules are going to be formalized soon. And a lot of developments we are going to see on the JCM front, but many other partnerships will emerge. That is also very clear. India is already discussing with many different countries on this Article 6 front. So we will see many new partnerships and a lot of, hopefully a lot of clean finance flowing to India and spurring development and growth in different relevant sectors for spurring decarbonization agenda in the country. So with this, I think I don't want to summarize. I don't think I can summarize the richness of the discussion. I just want to thank all the partners. Thanks to IETA, first of all, for collaborating with us and being a partner for over a couple of years now on a variety of things that we have done with IETA. We also hope to do some joint research products with IETA. Thanks to all the speakers and panelists. We have very different, varied perspectives on the different sessions today, and there are speakers and panelists from the government, from fellow think tanks, many industry colleagues and international partners. I'm not going to name all of you, but it is great. Thank you so much for joining us today and sharing your time and perspectives and making an effort to do that. And finally, I want to thank CEEW colleagues. Aparna has led a lot of this effort, and many other colleagues in the carbon markets team, Darshana, Christie, and many others who have chipped in to make this event and bring this event together. Thanks to the outreach colleagues who always have this great setup. I really like this setup. I think the pool side is great for the tea and the lunches, and the lunch is just around the corner. So I invite all of you for lunch at the pool side. So thank you so much for the people who have arranged this setup, especially outreach colleagues, and thank you, Ajit, who is patiently always there for all these sessions where you have presenters from the international setups. It's always very challenging. So there are only very few where there are no glitches, and this has been one of them. So thank you so much, Ajit, for ensuring that there are no glitches on the IT side of it, and all the international panels were actually able to deliver very clearly what they wanted to deliver, and we had 3 of them today. So thank you for curating all that. So again, we'll continue to have this conversation. CEEW's research on carbon markets on many different fronts. Article 6 is one. We also work a lot on the compliance market, which is like domestic ETS kind of systems. We work on CBAM a lot. There's a working paper that will be coming out, I think, in a couple of weeks, which is on CBAM. So CBAM is one, Article 6 is one, compliance is another. Tomorrow also we have another closed door event on biochar. So CDR is another big debate on which CEEW is working. So a lot of stuff is happening on the various aspects of this very complicated and rapidly evolving carbon markets debate at CEEW. And we hope to engage with all of you continuously on many of these different aspects, because something extremely important for CEEW has been from the day we were born, and this year is the 15th year of CEEW. So we have 15 years of the day we were born. I think from then on, collaborations have been extremely important for us. So that's why you would see so many collaborators, and we are very happy. We are privileged to be, have so many collaboration partnerships, because we have learned a lot from all of you during the last 15 years. We hope to continue that process and continue to have these conversations on the carbon markets debate. Thank you again, all of you, and I invite you to lunch now, and we conclude the session for today. Thank you so much.